Good afternoon and welcome to the May 11th, 2021 regular meeting of the Pinehurst Village Council. I'm Mayor John Strickland. To my left and your right is Councilmember Jane Hogeman, Councilmember Judy Davis. To my right, your left, Councilmember Kevin Drum, Councilmember Lydia Bosch, and Village Manager Jeff Sanborn. Other staff are with us today and will participate in the meeting at different points, and we welcome all of you here. Those of you who may be watching this presentation, this meeting today by video, can supply comments on any subject you wish to the Village Council by email today. If you email that to publiccomments@vopnc.org, that's public comments, one word, two C's, at vopnc.org, the village clerk will receive those and distribute those to the council members after the meeting. We will today also accept comments to that address related to the public hearing. And if it's feasible and not duplicative, I will make an effort to read whatever comments come in that are already being matched by those being made by persons here in the room and who have signed up in advance to speak this afternoon from the public. The next order of business is to have council and village manager reports. We'll start with our village manager, Jeff Sanborn. Jeff, please.
Thank you, John. A couple of things I'd like to comment on. Obviously, I think everybody's heard about the gasoline situation that's going on around us. And, you know, unfortunately, I don't think we're in a position to provide any answers or ease anybody's concern over what's going on out there and what it's going to have in terms of an impact on our community, and availability of gas, and, you know, availability of folks to go about their normal lives. I can say that from the standpoint of our municipal functions, that we feel fairly confident that we're going to be able to ride this out. And I think that, you know, until we get better information from other authorities, maybe the best advice I can give folks is to try not to be part of the problem. You know, a lot of this is driven off by panic buying and stuff like that. And so if you need gas, go seek it out and go find it. But if not, try to ride it out and maybe help other folks that truly need the gas get the gas. And we'll do the best we can. The second thing that I'd like to talk about is we have a special person in our presence tonight. Natalie Hawkins is sitting way back there in the back row. She doesn't typically sit way back in the back row, but this is Natalie's last day with the Village of Pinehurst. And I didn't really expect her to be here tonight because it's her last day, but I think she was just so interested, particularly in this project that's going to be talked about tonight, that she wanted to come and see how this went. But I just want to acknowledge Natalie and just call attention to her exceptional leadership that she's provided to all of us, really, over the last 20 plus years, and the great things that she's been able to do for our village government, our community, and our quality of life. So thank you, Natalie. Maybe everybody can join me in a round of applause.
Thank you, Jeff. My comments for the evening are two. As some of you in this room were able, I was able also to attend as a friend and mayor the recent memorial service for former Mayor Jinsey Fallon. Jinsey was known to many of you and to me and my family as a friend for many years, let alone working with her in the village council. So I wanted to mark that sad occasion of the passing of a very wonderful woman who led Pinehurst in so many ways for so very long. The other note I will make is that the Neighborhood Advisory Committee will meet again for the first time in a few months, next Monday, May 17, in this room. With that, I'll ask other council members for any comments on reports they have this evening, and I'll start with Jane Hogeman.
I have nothing tonight.
Judy?
I had the occasion opportunity to attend a luncheon this afternoon at the Pinehurst Country Club, at which Deborah Myatt, who's the owner of La Femme Chateau, spoke and shared her 16-year history as a retailer in our community, and what an exceptional product she offers to our community, and what a terrific story she had. And she's just one of many long-term retailers that have been in place in Pinehurst. So I know that she's looking forward to the future of Pinehurst and what the promise of, incremental U.S. opens will bring to her business as well. So she's a great retailer in our community, and it was great to be a part of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Kevin Drum?
Well, Jeff stole my report on Partners in Progress, but I'll just add to it that we're not losing Natalie. We're just getting her to lead the County Economic Development Organization, so she is still there to help the village of Pinehurst, and I want to thank her personally for her service. Thank you.
Lydia Bosch?
Thank you, John. First, I want to say it is so good to be back in this room with my fellow council members and you people in the public, so what a treat. Second, Jane and I participated in the beautification committee a week ago. Jeff Batten reported that there's likely money in the budget to do a much-lifted landscaping facelift downtown, which they were happy to hear. And also, I think their next project in terms of a walkway is something along Highway 5 from 211 down to McKenzie or McDonald or something. So that's sort of a project they have in mind to consider next year. So thank you, John.
Thank you, Lydia. With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 3, which will be a motion to approve our consent agenda. Is there a motion? And before that, however, are there any items in the consent agenda that a member of the council would like to have a question about or to withdraw for further discussion at a later time? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll move to approve all the items listed and considered routine on the consent agenda.
There is a motion by Jane Hogeman. Is there a second by Kevin Drum?
Second that.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any no? The motion carries unanimously. The consent agenda is adopted. We'll move on then to agenda item number 4, which is a motion to recess the regular meeting and enter into a public hearing. Is there a motion?
I move to adjourn the public hearing, and I move to recess the regular meeting and enter into a public hearing. Got ahead of myself.
Motion is to recess the regular meeting and enter into a public hearing by Judy Davis. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Lydia Bosch. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries, and we'll move into public hearing number 1. Having done that, I want to make a couple of guidance and hopefully informative suggestions. First of all, we know that this topic we're going to discuss tonight is a very important one. And from my point of view, as I've discussed with the council, and the council has been very active in its research on this matter, and we also have been enjoying our contact with the public as well as with the applicant. As I look at the history of Pinehurst, I see 3 things that are remarkable and will stick out over a period of time. One is 1895 to the 1900 or so period when the village was formed and Donald Ross was hired. Mr. Olmsted had already done his work. So that's the first part of our long history. The second part I think that was remarkable was the transition that didn't always go so well from the Tufts to Diamond Head Corporation and then thankfully to Club Corporation and to the Dedman family who have done a wonderful job in guiding Pinehurst over these last many years. And the third landmark I would put is the discussions we're having now with the resort on the one hand, later with the USGA on the other, with respect to the formation of Golf House Pinehurst and the additions to property here in the village. So it's a very important time that we're in. I know we all recognize that. And the idea is to create the best opportunities and the best circumstances for all. And to that end, the other guiding thought I will have is a quote by everybody's favorite international diplomat of the last couple centuries, at least for me, Winston Churchill. He is said to have said, We create and build the buildings, but thereafter, the buildings influence us. So what we want to achieve with the USGA and the village and the resort is a constructive process of buildings that will be proper and will influence us to be successful and maintain our historic heritage into the future. Now, having said that, I want to, especially for the public, but also for our guests and applicant tonight, I want to explain exactly the procedures we'll follow and the time frame that we can try to use tonight. First of all, the hearing is open. In a few minutes, we'll have some comments from our staff regarding the proposal that's being made. Then we'll have what I think will be a fairly significant, in terms of time and content, presentation from the applicant. Then we will take comments from the public, and that's where the list that I've been given will guide, and if time allows, we can ask others to speak if they haven't been able to do so, according to the public list that's been presented to me. At that point, having heard public comments, and unless there's any objection from the council members, we will close the public hearing and enter into a discussion of the village with the village council, questions and answers from the applicant, reflections perhaps on the comments made by the public, and we'll go over that discussion for some period of time. I can't predict how long. We intend to be as efficient as we can, and when we get to that point of the council discussion, I'll tell you a bit more about some guidelines we've set up for those discussions tonight. So with that said, I think we'll move then to comments from the staff to open this discussion, and Mr. Sanborn can make those or direct them as he wishes. Jeff?
Yeah, thanks, John. I guess I can make a few remarks. Just from the standpoint of context, I think everybody's aware that we've been talking about this project and the USGA project for over a year now. Maybe some of those early discussions weren't things that most folks in Pinehurst necessarily knew about at the time, but we have been talking about it for quite some time, and last fall we entered into economic development agreements with both Pinehurst Resort for this project and with the USGA for Golf House Pinehurst. And with the expectation or knowledge that the projects would still have to go through the formal approval process that would be required to bring these things forward and get them moving in terms of actual development. Both of these cases, they are conditional district rezoning actions, and that's kind of a peculiar type thing, and I think Darren could talk us through that. But that's kind of where we are right now. And with regard to this project, I think everybody knows it's been through the HPC and got its certificate of appropriateness, and has also been through the Planning and Zoning Board. The Planning and Zoning Board has forwarded this project to the council for consideration with some conditions. And of course, the council, in discussions with the applicant, can modify those conditions. At the end of the day, any conditions have to be agreed to by both parties. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Darren.
Jeff, as you do that, I'm going to, as the torch is being passed in front of me over here to Darren, the council is aware and made a decision, and the applicant is aware of this, and some of you in the room are aware of this, but those listening and maybe in the room for the first time on this transaction will not be aware. We do not intend to make a final decision tonight. There's a lot of information around. We want to make sure at the council level that we have all the information we need to reflect on the conditions that have been recommended by the Planning and Zoning Board. And we're going to take our time to work through all those issues tonight. And over the next week or so, we'll come up with conditions and in the future handling of this. So it's going to be, I think, an excellent discussion, but we do not intend to make a final decision tonight. Darren, thank you.
Thank you. Lori, can you pull up the PowerPoint presentation?
Darren, you're going to have to get close to that microphone and make sure it's on. Thank you.
Lori, can you pull up the, oh, there it is. Thank you. All right, I will, this is public hearing number 1. I will attempt to keep this presentation short because I know the applicant is represented by their team. I only have 30 short slides to go through, so we'll get going through them. Public hearing number 1. Public hearing number 1 is a zoning map amendment request from RD, which is Recreational Development District. That's what the larger zoning category is of the main campus, and OP, Office Professional District 2H CD, which is Hotel Conditional District, for a portion of PID number 002-25800. It's approximately 2.6 acres. It's a portion of the property, and that will become highlighted later on. Property owner is the Resorts of Pinehurst Incorporated, and the applicant is Bob Kuntz with Kuntz Jones Design. The current zoning and land use is RD. RD is recreational district, privately owned recreational facilities, golfing, tennis, pool, complex, etc., clubhouse with meeting space, restaurant, and pro shop. The proposed zoning and land use is hotel conditional district, and that is for the purpose of creating that 34-room lodge with additional associated spaces, including lobby, meeting space, flex space, locker room, and bar. This public hearing was duly posted, adjacent owners notified, and the hearing published. The conditional zoning has two main parts. The first part of the conditional rezoning is the zoning request itself. In this case, it's a hotel conditional district. And the second part of a conditional zoning request is the approval of the general concept plan, the GCP. The general concept plan is the site plan that's approved associated with the ordinance if the project moves forward. It's the site plan that shows the parking, some of the various conditions. It's the actual site development itself. If approved, then the next stage in the process goes through a TRC as an administrative approval process. Where are we today? From a process standpoint, this started out with the Historic Preservation Commission with the COA on February 25th. That's a separate quasi-judicial process that's outside of this process that we're going through right now. The applicant held the required neighborhood meeting on 3/2/21. The Planning and Zoning Board held a public hearing at 4/21/21 and recommended the request. And tonight we're here at the Village Council meeting for the public hearing. If approved as an ordinance and GCP, the next step and the next stage in the process would be back at Village Hall through a TRC administrative review process of the site plan. A conditional zoning and zoning map amendment is a legislative decision and process which requires a public hearing. It's unlike, say, a subdivision or site plan approval process, which is more administrative in nature. This is a legislative decision. The applicant, as part of a conditional rezoning process, the applicant may propose and the local government consider specific conditions related to the project itself. The conditions must be mutually agreed upon. As you'll see later in the presentation, the applicant came in with various amount of conditions. As it came through the P&Z process, some of those modifications were modified. Some of those conditions were modified, and there were conditions that were added on. The council shall consider the currently adopted comprehensive plan after seeking input from the public hearing aspect of what we're here tonight for. Comprehensive plan consistency statement is required as part of rezoning. The material that's been included with the proposed map amendment, and if you went into the Novus agenda package, you notice that there's a lot of material included in there that's more than what's on this slide. The application, the project narrative, the general concept plan, circulation plan, existing conditions, architectural character, renderings, neighborhood meeting summary, trip gen, parking assessment. I think we'll get a little bit into that discussion later. And biological assessment for red cockaded woodpecker. We also had some of the minutes of the HBC and Planning and Zoning Board and some other items in that Novus agenda packet. The request, a conditional zoning map amendment for a portion of the subject property to hotel conditional district. This includes development of the 64,000 square foot main structure, including a 34-room lodge, lobby space, physio lab, locker room, meeting space, and a bar. The proposal would still allow accommodation of all the existing uses on the property, but would apply the proposed zoning classification to the specific area, and we'll get to that, to allow for the new facility. The area is located, well, we all pretty much know it is, the area is located off Carolina Vista Drive and borders railroad along NC5, but we'll see that in a minute. This will probably be hard to read, but I've blown it up in slides coming up. When the applicant came through, they requested various conditions. And there were 6 conditions that they came in with, and that actually ended up, we moved them to the P and Z. One was regarding building height, 2 was setbacks, 3 was signage, and 4, 5, and 6 all related to parking. And we'll get to, so when we went to, after we went through the P and Z, the Planning and Zoning meeting on 4/21 public hearing, some of those conditions got modified, and we actually did add on a condition at the end. You can see the yellow is where things got amended as it was going through the process. Parking got, the signage got limited to the north and east side of the building only. The parking request, where they were requesting 73 spaces, the recommendation was 85 spaces, and that was to account for the reconfigured and loss of parking in the main parking lot from the project. Number 5 was a parking condition where the modification was simply, we were making sure we added subject property. 6, another parking condition. This was one if PCC would remove certain uses on the site, say, for example, they remove the tennis courts. They were requesting a credit for the parking requirement for those tennis courts. And what that condition does is that it excludes all, if the tennis courts are removed, and they will be removed on the west side of Carolina Vista, they are not included in that parking count. 7 was a staff-related condition, and that was to require that a development agreement be entered into between the resort and the village to require that parking space, the parking spaces be provided per conditions 4, 5, and 6. The development agreement is to be approved by the village prior to issuance of a building permit for the new structure. I've had some discussions with the applicant on that. We'll circle back to that. They're requesting to modify that particular condition. And then at the Planning and Zoning meeting, a condition was added to state that efforts will be made to preserve the 2 specimen trees on either side of the proposed emergency fire access along the west property line. And that is at the golf cart entrance. I think there's 2 specimen longleaf trees. The condition, the intent is to try and save those 2 as the development moves forward. The requested conditions, you should be able to see this just a little bit better. Again, 1 is setbacks, reduced setbacks, 2 the signage, 3 the parking, and then 5, I didn't really get into this, but the condition number 5 is requesting to delay the installation of the parking for the new facility until shortly thereafter the 2024 U.S. Open. What this condition is stating is that they will bring to us plans for submission and approval within 3 months after the U.S. Open. Adjacent land uses and zoning. This is our standard map. You can see the subject site with the star on it. If I can get to this. No, I can't. So here's approximately the location of the subject property. You can see the adjacent zoning. You have RD, PC, VC, R20, RMF, OP. So there's a number of uses and zoning surrounding and adjacent to the property. Comprehensive plan, as we stated before, there has to be a comprehensive plan consistency statement as a zoning ordinance amendment is moving forward. In this particular case, we were looking at guiding principle number 5, which simply talks about the village should support the Gulf tourism and healthcare industries that make up the backbone of the community. I'm going to let the applicant get a little bit more into this, but this is the general concept plan. This is one of the pages. This, the red outline box, is the red outline of where the proposed zone change is. It's generally over by the croquet courts and some of the parking over here, which will be reconfigured. This is a blow-up of the general concept plan, just simply showing the basic floor plan or the footprint of the proposed structure and some of the parking. You can see there's a porte cochere that comes in over here. This south elevation looks out down onto the cradle. The building, the applicant, and we'll go over these, the applicant has provided elevations and renderings. Due to it being in a historic preservation district, a COA was reviewed and issued. The proposed height is 52 feet, which is taller than the maximum allowed building height of 50 feet in the hotel district, and it's not for the entire building, it's for, I think, the eastern part of the building. Applicant is proposing a condition to allow a maximum building height of 55 feet. Applicant is proposing the hotel district setbacks with 2 exceptions, 0-yard rear setback and 30-foot side yard and street setback. When we looked at it, due to the proposed location, there really aren't any building setback impacts that we've been able to view as we've reviewed the project. Here is an elevation drawing, north and south elevations. The top would be the south elevation looking out onto the cradle, and the north would be that north elevation, the entry experience as you're coming down Carolina Vista. This is kind of a perspective elevation showing how the proposed elevation of the south elevation lines up in perspective to the main clubhouse. This particular elevation just shows the Pinehurst Lodge context elevations with the manor, with the holly, the Carolina on top, top 2, the holly inn, and then the manor. It just shows how the proposed height matches up with those other structures within the village. Here is an illustration, kind of a bird's eye perspective, showing that the southern elevation, how that's intended to look. The north part of it, this is supposed to be an event lawn that they're proposing as well. This is a north elevation, again, bird's eye of the entrance experience as you're coming in the north elevation. I'll let the architect describe that. Signage, one of the conditions was they're requesting a 50% increase in the amount of signage that's allowed during the deliberations at the Planning and Zoning Board. The condition was modified to actually say to apply only to the north and east elevations. And we had put this table in the planning staff report to just indicate what our signage limitations are, what's the maximum allowed currently under code, and then what would be allowed with a 50% increase. They would have to come back for additional reviews on the signage. Environmental impacts, there's no floodplains or wetlands. It is located within a WS2 watershed, so they're required to get an SIA, which is a special intensity allocation, will be required and BMP is implemented. If the conditional zoning is approved, the SIA is also approved. It's an active RCW partition. You can see the red near to the development site, but the letter that they got from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife have stated that there's no impacts for red cockaded woodpecker habitat per the biological assessment. Site features, the main access comes through the traffic circle down Carolina Vista. There's a motor court area drop-off at the entrance. There's pedestrian connectivity provided throughout the site with private sidewalks to the existing system on all parts of the site, or most of the parts of the site in the area, subject area. All landscaping will meet the PDO requirements with internal landscaping to be provided for separation and screening. Applicant has indicated plantings will follow Manning's recommendations in the village's planting guide, which is going beyond what is required of the ordinance. All exterior lighting will meet the PDO requirements. Stormwater management is proposed as an underground system as indicated on the general concept plan. BMP's best management practices will be required if the project is approved. Public water and sewer are available and will be provided by Board County Public Utilities. Parking. This is one I know we'll be circling back to. Approximately 861 existing parking spaces exist on the site and is provided for the current facilities and are shared throughout the entire campus. The required number of spaces for the proposed use is 94 spaces, and that's based on the 34 rooms and meeting space. The applicant has provided a parking analysis prepared by Kimley Horn that indicates that demand for the new facility would be 73 spaces. That was part of the discussion that we had at the Planning and Zoning Board, and that was where the 12 spaces were added on. The applicant is proposing 3 conditions: the 73 spaces, which got bumped up because of the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, provide the required parking following the 2024 U.S. Open, And then if facilities are removed or relocated, the number of spaces to be credited by that defined use in the PDO. Staff recommendation at this time is staff is recommending approval of the rezoning request for PID 0002580 to HCD Hotel Conditional District with the conditions listed below, and recommends the board adopt a consistency statement. So again, we're not proposing any changes. There's one change we'll recommend, and that'll be on number 7, but we're recommending the changes that the P&Z had recommended, 1 through 8. Number 7, the applicant has requested to change the language in number 7, where it says PRCC, and the Village of Pinehurst enter into a development agreement for PRCC to provide the required parking spaces per conditions 4, 5, and 6. Development agreement to be approved by the village prior to issuance of a building permit. They're requesting to change that to occupancy permit for the new structure. And then 8 stays, efforts will be made to preserve the 2 specimen trees on either side of the proposed emergency fire access along the west property line. And that would conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Darren. At this point, then, we'll move into a presentation by the applicant. How does the applicant wish to proceed, and with whom? I know you have several people here. And there are spaces ahead at that table for at least 3 of you, so you can fill them up as you see the need. All right.
Mic on? Is the mic on?
We'll get that on for Mr. Pashley, please, Lori. Thank you. Lori, you want to check each of those, please? And then we'll have comments from Mr. Pashley. Mr. Pashley, thank you for being here. We look forward to your comments. Please proceed.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to present our plan for your consideration, and thank you for your thoughtfulness and thoroughness as we've gone through this process. We really do appreciate the diligence that you put into the effort. We have a comprehensive presentation for you all this afternoon, but first I'd like to offer some background on the vision for the project and share some summary level comments on areas that I know are of keen interest, including architecture, scale, parking, and construction. So first, it wouldn't be a Pinehurst presentation without a little history. Some of the vision behind this, if you go back 120 years to 1901, when James Walker Tufts responded to increased visitor demand by building the Carolina Hotel. The smaller Holly Inn had quickly reached capacity and expansion was underway. As history so often repeats itself, we frequently explore hotel expansion and addition concepts as part of our ongoing planning process. As we began serious discussions with the United States Golf Association about becoming the first anchor site, some of our expansion and addition concepts and their potential needs intersected, and the Lodge at Pinehurst was conceptualized. Each time the USGA takes an open to a venue, they build a small city designed to meet the needs of up to 50,000 people per day. Designing temporary facilities annually at different venues to meet those needs presents unique opportunities and challenges. Since our first U.S. Open in 1999, those unique challenges have been navigated with expert care and planning. The warm welcome that we've extended to the USGA has produced 3 incredibly successful U.S. Opens. Back then, we were fond of saying we earned an unofficial spot in the U.S. Open rotation, and it wasn't a question of if they'll return to Pinehurst, it's when. Then came the anchor site concept that was mutually earned by our community. That was a designation that we all earned together. But the anchor site, if the USGA could bring an Open to Pinehurst every 5 to 6 years, perhaps we could plan differently. We could consider some multi-purpose facilities that provide an exceptional championship experience, but also can be used by Pinehurst on an ongoing basis. Stop building numerous temporary facilities that get the job done and consider strategic, permanent facilities that leave a lasting impression. The anchor site concept afforded us the goal and the vision to become the most outstanding venue for hosting USGA championships. It's a lofty goal, but with the support of North Carolina, Moore County, and the Village, we believe it will become a reality. With the vision set, I'd like to offer some of the summary level comments on those important topics I mentioned. Architecture. We're well aware of the high architectural stakes that come with building a building on our campus. Clearly, our predecessors did not share some of our same taste and sensibility, leading to, I think, some things you referred to, Mr. Mayor, some architectural inspirations of the 70s and 80s. In the past decade, we've successfully removed remnants left behind from that era, eliminating awnings on the back of the clubhouse, for instance, overlooking number 2. Arched columns were added, sightlines improved. Some say we transformed an eyesore into a photo opportunity. Similarly, after the widely celebrated restoration of Pinehurst number 2, we debated the future of Pinehurst number 4. It was a Ross original that had been touched by many architects and redesigned by Tom Fazio in 1999. We believed number 4 and number 2 had become too dissimilar. Gil Hance was brought in to redesign number 4 to be a more suitable counterpart to Pinehurst number 2. There was no interest in replicating number 2, as that course stands on its own. Instead, Gil took inspiration from number 2 and created number 4 as a complement to Ross's masterpiece. Each their own course, each presenting different aesthetics and challenges, but a shared lineage. In selecting Cooper Carey as our architects for the lodge, we've partnered with professionals that are sensitive to historical character while creating exceptional spaces. Scale of our site. Our site is long and narrow. The goal is for all guest rooms to have a golf view, be more spacious than anything we currently have available, and provide a level of exclusivity and luxury for our most discerning guests. We also designed the space to provide a locker room facility, fitness facility, gathering space, and a modest boardroom. Far from a convention hotel, this is a boutique lodge. The boutique lodge will also feature an elevated third-story bar with incredible views of the Cradle and Thistledew. 34 rooms, a locker room, gathering space, fitness center, boardroom, and a bar maxes out our desired building envelope. It could have been built longer and closer to the existing clubhouse, but we strove to maintain the sense of open space and the stage curtain effect between the two buildings as you approach the Cradle. Could have planned for more rooms, but the rooms would have been smaller and perhaps the building would have been taller. We feel it's the right size and the right space. Parking. Now, parking, I know it's a sensitive topic. Let's preface and acknowledge that now is a very unique time. Our resort business mix has shifted from a mix of group and leisure to predominantly leisure, and they're driving in. And our locals are staying home, and everyone's playing more golf, which is changing our parking dynamic. Less demand at the Carolina Hotel, more demand at the Resort Clubhouse. Some overall parking thoughts before you hear more details from our experts. At the Carolina Hotel, we plan to add approximately 80 spaces throughout the campus to help alleviate some of the demand. At the Clubhouse, we plan to add 85 spaces, which is consistent with the requirements of the new lodge. And at the Clubhouse, we're going to utilize off-site parking for employees, caddies, and vehicle staging. There'll be many issues and concerns discussed related to parking, but let me assure you that providing appropriate and adequate parking is a top priority and is in our mutual best interest. Lastly, construction. USGA and Pinehurst have selected Gilbane Building Company to oversee both the lodge and the USGA facility construction. Economies of scale, less people tripping over each other, efficiencies. They're professionals accustomed to working in tight spaces with a focus on being good neighbors. Their plan includes a well-orchestrated shuttle and delivery process that involves remote parking and staging. They also intend to utilize Aberdeen, Carolina, and Western Rail for material delivery and storage. Their team leader is a long-term member of Pinehurst Country Club and a part-time resident of Pinehurst. So in closing, let me say that blending historic with present day is our ongoing challenge and opportunity. And we enthusiastically embrace the responsibility to get it right. We were paid a beautiful compliment by a recent Golf Week column comparing Pinehurst and St. Andrews. The author finished the column by saying, "And that's perhaps the most impressive accomplishment evident now in Pinehurst, that so much has been added while nothing has been lost." Our goal is continuous improvement and thoughtful addition while retaining all of the charm and beauty we're known for. Now I'd like to turn over the presentation to Bob Kuntz, our land planner, to begin with the formal presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pashley. Bob?
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. It's good to be here tonight. This is a very exciting project. As a resident of Pinehurst, this is just a very exciting partnership between the resort and the USGA, and I just think it's a wonderful opportunity for our community. What I'd like to do tonight is walk through our presentation. We have a lot of experts here this evening. We have Adam Cochran with Kimley Horn, who is a parking consultant. Travis Fluitt, also with Kimley Horn, who's a traffic consultant and can talk through all the circulation issues. Tim Carpenter with LKC, yes.
I'm sorry, I'm just having a real hard time
Yes.
understanding what you're saying.
Oh,
I have understood almost nothing so far.
okay. Sorry.
Bobby, maybe you could raise the
Closer-
microphone a little bit. I
Closer to
agree.
the mic, yeah.
Set up and stay close.
It's
Closer
totally
to it.
about the bass
Is-
stuff. There's nothing we can do, but
Thank you.
Yeah, is that better?
appreciate it.
Much
Okay.
better.
Great. Well, so I would like to introduce the team. I'll go back and start the team again. Adam Cochran is here this evening with Kimley Horn. Adam is a parking consultant. Travis Fluitt is here this evening also with Kimley Horn. He is a traffic consultant and can answer any traffic-related questions. Tim Carpenter with LKC is here, and he is the civil engineer for the project. The architects are here. Bob Neal with Cooper Carey is here and can discuss the architecture. And then also, as Tom mentioned, Gil Bain, the site contractor, has a representative. Sam Holbrook is here this evening, and we'll walk through some of the construction procedures and construction traffic and how they plan to attack the site logistics during the process. What we've done is create a presentation that is a single presentation with everybody's information included. So we'll walk through that entire presentation. That way we felt with technology, we don't have to stop and start over. So what we'd like to do is walk through the presentation, and each consultant will do their part, and we can move forward. So what I'd like to do is go ahead and start the presentation. So as Darren mentioned earlier, I'm going to be pointing, so I'm not sure that you guys can see my pointer. But this is the overall site context, as Darren mentioned. So the site is here. The Pinehurst Hotel, the Carolina, is located here. The Resort Club is located here, and then the Cradle is here. Looking at the existing site in a little bit more detail, the existing Country Club and Resort Club is located here. The swimming pool located here. The large main parking lot is located right here. And then this is the croquet lawn and the site of the proposed lodge. Darren walked through the zoning a little bit, and I'd just like to add a few things to that discussion. One, the overall site now, as you see it, is zoned recreation development with a small portion of hotel located at the intersection of Cherokee Road and Highway 5. And then there's office professional located along the railroad tracks and in this area. The proposed zoning takes into account parts of all three of those districts. Essentially what we are looking to do in this proposal through the conditional district is move the hotel zoning to this location. It's 2.68 acres. And we're asking to basically relocate this hotel use to this location where the new lodge would go. So you can see here that the area designated in purple would basically shift here. It would still be in zoning, that would still be zoned as hotel, but that use, obviously, we know that there's another, just like,
Top screen.
Can you see the laser? That's what, he's using it. The upper left,
right here.
the purple.
Mr. Coots, maybe if you have if you want to, is there another slide that drills down to a little?
Yeah, no, this is,
tighter.
actually, this is the slide we have for proposed zoning, but I'll describe it, do a little more description of it. So the purple area at the top of the site, at the intersection of Highway 5 and Cherokee Road, which is right here, that section, that purple section is designated as hotel use now. The orange section, the large orange section, is designated as recreation development. The small area that you see here, and including the area across the railroad tracks, is designated as office professional. And then the large red area here is designated as the conditional district, hotel conditional district that we're requesting in this application. So moving on to the existing conditions and looking at this in a little more detail, you can see the clubhouse located here. The existing croquet lawn where the lodge will go is located here with the parking just to the north, and the cradle to the south with the railroad on the west side and Highway 5 on the west side as well. So all of the topography, you can't really see the topography on this slide very well, but everything flows this way. The croquet lawns, as you know, are higher than the parking lot, and there's a hill that leads up to the clubhouse and the general site. Obviously, the croquet lawns are very flat, and then it drops off pretty dramatically on the south side toward the cradle, toward the tee boxes for the cradle.
Mr. Koontz, I think there's still some frustration with some of our attendees that they can't see the laser. I wonder if you could talk in terms when you're talking in terms of north, south, east, west, and left, right, top, or bottom. Might help that because the laser's not being able to be seen. Thank you very much. And if anybody else from the audience has a problem hearing or understanding something, if you raise your hand, I'll try to recognize you at an appropriate time.
Side monitors.
Excuse me, Judy?
We have the side monitors.
And there
if
are
you wanna
side
come
monitors
up
here too,
to
yes,
look at
that might help, yes. Mr. Koontz, go ahead, please.
Okay, so that's really it for the existing conditions. So let me move on to the site plan. So this is the overall site plan for the development or for the new lodge. Carolina Vista is the drive on the north side of the development.
And the north side would be the top of this picture, right?
That's correct.
Which means the west is to the left,
That's right.
the east is to the right, and the south is
That's
the bottom.
correct. North is straight up
There we
in
go.
this discussion. So on the north side is Carolina Vista, and you can see the drop-off area for the hotel and the lodge located on the north side of the building. The building runs east to west and connects to the club just west of the clubhouse. And there's a small lawn area that is located just to the east of the new lodge and in between the lodge and the clubhouse. The cart path that's existing behind the croquet lawns now on the south side and toward the cradle, you can see on the south side here, the croquet lawns. That's the existing tee box for the cradle now. It's a very large tee box, and that tee box is actually used during the U.S. Open as the driving range tee box. And in this proposal, the croquet lawns, there's a possible relocation of the croquet lawns to one of those tee boxes, and then also on the west of that large tee box, the possibility of locating another croquet lawn in that area. That area would also double as stormwater management, and the stormwater management will be located below ground, below that potential lawn area. The building is, as Tom mentioned, is oriented so that all 34 rooms within the lodge would have golf views and over the cradle. So the back side of the hotel is technically the south side and the southern elevation of the building that faces the cradle. The north side of the building is the main entry drop-off and the entry corridor, which would all have views back out to the golf course. On the western side of the building, toward Highway 5, which is to the left of the drawing, is the USGA component of the building. The USGA would have meeting rooms, locker rooms, and other facilities located in that section of the building, and a service yard that would serve the entirety of the building would be located on that side as well. In working through the site plan, we did reorient the parking on the western side of the parking lot a little bit. The building actually pushes into the parking area a little bit, and we needed to eliminate some spaces, but we were able to pick up additional spaces on the western side of the parking lot by straightening out an area that currently curves, and we're able to double stack some parking. So we had a net loss of 12 parking spaces on the overall parking lot for the site. This is just the proposed site plan in a little bit more detail, more of a CAD drawing and an engineered looking drawing. It basically shows the same information, and it does point out the potential stormwater on the lower Kirk lawn at the bottom of the site. Looking at utilities, public utilities are readily available for the property and for the new lodge. There's plenty of capacity for both water and sewer utility. Looking at the total demand for the lodge and the USGA combined would be 10,500 gallons per day. The red lines that you see on the plan, those represent the location of the sewer force main. So a sewer force main would run from the western side of the lodge in the service area, roughly along the railroad easement, and tie into a manhole at the intersection of Highway 5 and Cherokee Road. And at that location, a pipe goes across the Highway 5 and would connect back to another lift station further down at Sugar Gum Lane. Water utility. Water lines are on the property, and they're located the service lines are indicated in blue on the plan that you see. And there's an existing service line, water service line, that serves the clubhouse that runs across the existing parking lot from the clubhouse. So it goes from the clubhouse to the west and connects back to a manhole or a line there. And at that point, it goes underneath the railroad tracks and connects back to Highway 5. And that line is part of the main service for the lodge. And the lodge will tie into that line and be served by that existing water line. Looking at the site information, as Darren mentioned, it is a conditional district. The site acreage is 2.6 acres. It is a 34-room guest lodge, and plus or minus 64,000 square feet. We are asking for a modification to the rear setback and making that setback 0 since it faces the cradle. Rather than having a contrived setback, it wants to embrace the cradle. The building wants to embrace the cradle and have views there. So based on where the relationship between the rear cart path and the building, we'd like to keep that at 0, making that a seamless transition so there's not an artificial buffer and setback there. The maximum building height request is for 55 feet, and I'll let Bob Neal with Cooper Carry talk through the architecture when he is here speaking. A full trip generation study that recommended no improvements was completed for traffic, and Travis Flewitt can answer any questions and walk through his presentation when he's here. Endangered species, as Darren mentioned, have been reviewed by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and has given that this project will not have any impact on the habitat. So, as Darren mentioned, we were originally asking for 6 conditions that were increased to 8 during the Planning and Zoning Board. These 6 conditions, the first 6 conditions, the first was building height, and again, Bob Neal will walk through that. The setbacks we discussed, and I'd like to talk about signage next, and then Adam Cochran with Kimley Horn will address the parking items. So the reason we're asking for the signage modification and the signage condition is to increase the permitted signage just size on the north and east sides of the building, so the internal sides of the building toward the campus. We're asking for that modification. There you see photographs of the Manor Inn and the Pinehurst Brewery. Each of those buildings requested during their HPC reviews, requested a modification and increase of that 50% during the construction of those signs that you see on the fronts of those buildings. We think they're tactful, and just want to make sure, rather than having to request that at a later date, we're requesting that now to go ahead and take care of that so it can be a staff review and staff approval at the time signage comes forward. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Adam Cochran to walk through the parking and the parking discussion.
Bob, as Adam's coming up, please do. I just reflect on an earlier part of your presentation today where you talk about the hotel zoning on this site. I think it's important to understand that piece is about 2 acres, if I have it right, smaller than what you're suggesting now. There never was a hotel there, and there never was one planned there or approved. So understand the point you're making about hotel being zoned in this before, but it's really something that was never approved nor there, correct?
No, there were actually buildings there.
There were villas there,
Yeah, there were buildings there, and they were multiple-story facilities at that location. But the zoning was hotel, and I'm not sure if it ever
It was
functioned as part of the
hotel.
hotel. Yeah, I'm not sure if it functioned as part of the hotel at one point in time, but that zoning was in place as part of that.
Okay.
And those buildings were turned down a few
Condos.
years ago.
Condominiums, I think. Yeah.
Condominiums.
Yeah. Okay. Shall we go on then, please? Thank you very much.
Hey, good afternoon. Adam Cochran with Kimley Horn.
Adam, you're going to have to use that microphone just as Bob was. Thank you very much. Keep it as close as you can, and please carry on.
Much of what you'll hear from me will be repetitive, and hopefully that will continue to provide clarity on the parking as we go through this. The first slide, if you can bring it back up, goes back through the fundamental approach to parking.
I can't understand you.
This first slide is intended to go back through the fundamental approach to parking. Is that better? Okay. The existing parking around the resort is shared around the entire campus. And obviously with this new lodge, new parking is, a new parking demand is being created. We would fully anticipate that there would be a shared parking use between the existing facilities and the proposed lodge. However, we have not accounted for or documented specific shared use parking between the existing club uses, the meeting spaces, the golf course, the tennis, or the pool, and the proposed lodge. It is intended to fundamentally provide parking for itself. It'll be amongst all the other parking on site, but we are providing the supply to serve that use. And I'll show you what I mean by that. So we are proposing to provide 85 parking spaces. That is based on the 73 from our study, plus the net 12 that are being lost as a part of the site plan that Bob was mentioning. So when you reviewed the site plan, you probably saw more than 12 being lost, but then, as Bob mentioned, we were able to pick up a handful of spaces, and so it's a net 12 lost in the existing lot today. The next bullet talks about the desire to, and to propose the lot, the final parking lot or parking garage plans 3 months after the 2024 US Open. And then this next bullet, it's going to be easier to demonstrate on a plan view. But the idea is, as we prepare to provide more parking on site, if we were to remove an existing demand generator, something that requires parking today, the tennis courts is the classic example, that we would then remove that parking count, that demand, from the proposed installation. And I'll show you that on a slide. And the resort has been committed and continues to be committed to work in good faith with the village to provide adequate parking. You heard that in the opening statements. And we're going to show you some of that commitment being demonstrated as we are increasing parking at the Carolina Hotel. Good. So this diagram illustrates the way parking currently operates today. The various colored areas are 7 different parking lots and parking areas that are a combination of both standard vehicular spaces as well as golf cart parking spaces. Within the existing resort today, there's a lot of sharing going on of the parking between golf, meeting spaces, tennis, the pool. And it's really a classic example of shared use parking within a site, within a campus, so that the site is not overparked nor underparked. And another thing that's unique as we watch the existing operation is the impact that shuttling has in to reduce the parking demand. So everyone doesn't end up driving to play golf or come to a meeting. While that is definitely a generator, shuttling is a significant operation to the site. So if we fast forward, now this slide is showing something a little different. In addition to the lodge, towards the south part of the slide, which you've seen pictures from Bob, it's also starting to illustrate the proposed USGA site, because the reality is that these two sites abut each other, and we know that there's a lot of questions about parking and interrelation. But if we focus on the lodge, as we talked about, its site plan lost 12 spaces, and so we're committed to building those 12 spaces back. In addition, when we looked at and compared the development ordinance that required 94 parking spaces to ULI, Urban Land Institute, documentation for a hotel and its associated meeting rooms, we came up with a required number of 73 parking spaces. And so the proposal is to provide 85 parking spaces to meet both of those needs, to meet the new demand. So as we look forward to long-term parking, we've talked about the 85 spaces that we're going to add for the proposed lodge. But we can't overlook the fact that the USGA is going to be sitting on top of what is today used as overflow parking for various users, employees, caddies, shuttle drivers. The overflow parking and the shuttle parking will both be impacted by that future project. The good news is the overflow parking in that area will be addressed in a couple of different ways. One, those 6 tennis courts are going away, and the reduction in that parking demand has not been accounted for. So that's that, and that was part of that original condition that was described earlier tonight, was those 6 tennis courts will reduce demand on the main parking lot. And that has not been factored into the numbers. In addition, transportation and the shuttling will be moved off-site, and that will eliminate the needs to park shuttles there and the drivers. The USGA parking assessment is currently underway under a separate agreement, and the intent is for USGA to park itself and not fundamentally share parking with the resort, except there will be a cross-access parking agreement to when it makes sense, they can share parking. But in terms of generating the number required, they're looked at independently. USGA is being looked at independently. And beyond long-term parking, temporary parking, we know during construction is a question. The intent is for resort guests and members and employees, specifically resort guests and members, to park on site. Employees may have to be shuttled for a period of time. And then Sam will talk about construction, but the reality of construction workers and trucks cannot use any of the parking that's there for the guests and the members. So how can all this happen? So we've been studying a bunch of different alternatives, and we're going to show you some that bubbled to the top. If you look in the top portion of the slide, so we've zoomed out a little bit, and where the pointer is pointing in the yellow box is a surface parking lot option that would eliminate more tennis courts, unfortunately. That brings me back to the point that was being made earlier about the condition that if the lodge requires 85 spaces, but if we eliminate six more tennis courts, we would get the reduction of those 18 parking spaces. And that's what that bullet is really all about. So that's an alternative that we've studied, is surface parking up in the northeast corner of the site. There's an option to provide a parking garage down in the main lot, in the purple right there, just north of the lodge. Go to the next slide. And here's a rendering of what that size and scale may look like at the ground plus one elevated garage. And then if you zoom out a little bit further and you start going south of the track towards the greenhouse, where the existing greenhouses are, there's available site down there without any parking on it today that can be converted into parking for employees and have them shuttle in. So there are alternatives to serve parking here on the resort campus. And then we mentioned Carolina Park, or the Carolina Hotel. The reality is these plans are underway. We've been coordinating with staff to add parking in 3 key locations. 2 in the back for employee parking on the north end. There's ability to reorganize the parking back there and pick up spaces. And then out front in the east wing of the front parking, we're looking at reconfiguring that as well, and a grand total trying to pick up 80 parking spaces. And that doesn't even mention, as we start looking at the small green area up along Barrett Road, go to the right, up in the north, keep going, yeah, right there. That is starting to be studied as well as potential additional parking there at Carolina Hotel.
Go over this last bit again.
Sure. So here, let me see if I can point. So in the rear, we'll start here. In the north part of the picture, that rear lot, it's an existing surface parking lot for employees.
Where is that?
This is the Carolina Hotel.
And the hotel grounds now, right?
Yeah, so
It's
we
all the
shifted.
hotel, yeah, not at the club, but at the hotel grounds. Okay. So the north side would be the rear side of the hotel, basically.
Correct, yes, sir. So in the rear, we are looking to pick up a handful of parking spaces in the rear. Again, out back by the pool, reconfigure that surface parking lot to pick up parking, and then out front for, in the guest parking lot, reconfigured. And these are hard to read in this image, but reconfigured parking layouts to pick up parking.
Could you read those numbers since we can't see them?
Yeah.
So in the rear lot, there are 125 spaces today, and we're proposing to pick up 100, to get to 145, which is a gain of 20.
Additional 125?
No, ma'am, just an additional 20,
From 125 to 145.
correct? And then the pool lot is sitting at 28 existing and 49 proposed.
So a gain of 21.
Correct. I'm actually having a hard time reading my printout as well.
And that's the pool, from the pool area, is that correct? Back behind, again, on the north
Behind the
side?
pool.
Off Barrett Road on the north side, but kind of in the pool area to the west of the hotel. Okay.
And then out front, on the east side of the main drive on the way in, there are 173 existing, and we're targeting 210.
$37.
27.
37, that's good.
37 increase, yeah.
37 new?
Mm-hmm.
175 to 210. 173 to 210.
173 to 210. Those are our, based on our concept layouts.
78.
Thank you, Adam.
So, okay, so Adam's get,
Yeah, we're
brought us
gonna
update on some of the parking. You're going to continue on that subject then, Mr. Kuntz?
We're going to move to traffic.
Okay,
All
right.
And then Adam will be here to answer any questions.
yeah, well, there will be quite a Q&A after we have public comments
Right.
on all these issues, but the numbers are helpful as we, in advance. Thank you. Mr. Kuntz, proceed.
Thank you. Now I'd like to introduce Travis Fluitt, also with Kimley Horn, to discuss the traffic.
Good evening, Travis Fluitt with Kimley Horn and Associates. I'm going to go over the trip generation analysis that we did for the lodges site. That was based on 40 resort hotel rooms, and we used ITE, that's the Institute of Transportation Engineers, trip generation manual rates to generate those trips. The trip generation manual is the local, state, and national standard for trip generation. It's what the North Carolina Department of Transportation uses. And it's the best information available at this time. The current hotel has 34 rooms, but at the time we based it on 40 to be conservative. So on a typical weekday, we expect approximately 160 daily trips. That's 80 entering and 80 exiting over the course of 24 hours. And about 13 combined entering and exiting trips in the AM peak hour, so the peak hour that falls between 7 and 9 a.m., and then approximately 16 trips, again, that's entering and exiting combined in the afternoon peak hour. Resort hotels generation rates factor in guest facilities like restaurants and bars, so those are already included. And the meeting space, as we understand, is intended for use by guests of the lodge and is not expected to generate additional off-site traffic. And the trip generation methodology was reviewed and approved by both NCDOT and village transportation staff. Oh, you got it, all right. We also prepared a trip generation analysis for the USGA facility, and that was based on 60 projected employees for the facility, and that includes the administrative space, the test facility, and the museum. On a typical weekday, we expect, again, we used ITE trip generation rates. So on a typical weekday, we expect approximately 326 daily trips. That's 163 entering and 163 exiting over the course of 24 hours. So, and approximately 44 trips in the AM peak hour, and then 40 trips in the PM peak hour. And again, those are, as you can see, combined entering and exiting. The museum itself is not expected to generate significant traffic in the peak hours, and we anticipate that most of that traffic would be from people already on the campus, walking over or taking a golf cart. But no other reductions were taken for interaction with the adjacent country club and the rest of the campus.
Excuse me, Travis, and again,
sir.
we'll come back to this in Q&A, but 1 to 2 trips per, what is it? 1 to 2 per hour for the museum seems awfully low. Let's talk about that in the Q&A later, but it just seems, and also, at least in my mind, the comparison between the trips generated by the USGA on the one hand at 326 and at the hotel on the other hand of 160, 80 in, 80 out, seems to not make sense, but we'll get to that as we go along. The difference between them is rather extreme, I think.
We have also prepared a traffic impact analysis that is currently a draft. It's under review by the project team and has not yet been submitted formally to the village or to NCDOT at this time. However, it was scoped in coordination with village and NCDOT staff, and they've already reviewed and confirmed most of the assumptions that went into that analysis. And that traffic impact analysis was, we analyzed both the lodges, hotel, and the USGA facilities combined. Even though they are separate projects, the analysis was done for both facilities to take both into account. And even though the traffic for each of those facilities and for those facilities combined falls below the general thresholds for requiring a traffic impact analysis, we went ahead and did one anyway.
I'm going to ask one other question.
Yes, sir.
Is this traffic impact on the site itself from the roundabout up to the clubhouse, or does it include streets in the area, Highway 5? What will be the end result of that, the content?
We studied 3 intersections: the intersection of NC5 at Cherokee Road, the existing site driveway on Cherokee Road, and then the roundabout intersection of Cherokee at Carolina Vista. The analysis we did not study any of the on-site circulation, just those 3 external intersections.
Thank you.
So we used, for the intersection of NC5 at Cherokee Road, we used an existing traffic count from 2018 because it was a pre-COVID traffic count. We grew that up for 3 years to the existing condition. We performed new counts at the other 2 intersections and then applied factors. For example, the traffic in and out of the campus was grown at 50% to be conservative to account for any COVID-related impacts. And then those counts were balanced with the existing traffic on Cherokee Road at NC5. And again, that methodology was reviewed and confirmed by village and NCDOT staffs. All of those 3 intersections are expected to operate at an acceptable level of service at build out of both sites. There are, obviously long queues on NC5 at the intersection of Cherokee Road today. Those are expected to continue, but overall, the proposed, both sites are not expected to have a significant impact on traffic operations. The queues, some long queues are observed on westbound Cherokee at NC5, but those queues are not expected to spill back into the roundabout. And the roundabout overall operates well and can accommodate the additional projected site traffic.
Travis. Now I'd like to introduce Bob Neal with Cooper Carey, the architects for the project, and to discuss the architecture.
Mr. Mayor, members of the Village Council staff, it's a pleasure to be here with you today. Thank you for taking the time to discuss this project with us. I assume that I can be heard before I start? Okay, great, thanks. My name is Bob Neal. I'm a principal with the architectural firm Cooper Carey, where for the last 33 years, I have focused almost exclusively on hospitality projects and resorts. I've worked in many sensitive areas that are in historic areas, such as currently working at the University of Virginia, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. I'm working at Howard University in Washington, D.C., in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, which is a very historic downtown. I've done 2 projects with them and their historic board. Working at Mount Vernon Square with Washington, D.C., and the Washington, D.C. Historic Preservation Committee. We just won some awards for a project that we did in El Paso, Texas for a renovation. And then, of course, we've worked in Charleston, where we have to appear before the Board of Architectural Review. Also, we have completed projects at other golf venues, such as we designed the sanctuary at Kiawah Island. We designed 2 buildings at Sea Pines, which is the Heritage Golf Tournament, which is the week after the Masters. And we've also designed projects at Augusta National in Georgia. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of my history and the firm's history before I come and start the presentation. So, okay, is this it? The big one? Okay. Before we ever lifted a pencil, before we ever look at anything, we have conversations about what some of the principles are that we think will inform our design vision. As we go through the project and the design, we oftentimes refer back to these principles because we know that they'll keep us on track with the initial goals that we've established at a team. I'm going to take just a moment and go through them. Provide a guest experience that builds upon the history and tradition of Pinehurst. Provide a planning solution that complements Frederick Law Olmsted's plan for the village. Provide a design that is authentic. Provide a design that meets the programmatic requirements of the USGA while providing an exclusive guest offering for Pinehurst Resort. Provide a sustainable design solution and business model that maximizes the Pinehurst golf experience. And although we often put this one first, create memories so when people leave Pinehurst, that's all they're thinking about in the memories to get back. So those are some of the principles that we have set forth as we started the design. A couple of other, not necessarily principles, but goals that we had I'm going to give you a couple of them now. One is to provide an organic design that gives the appearance of a building that has been built over time. Instead of having a building at a single scale from one end to the other, we break down the scale into multiple pieces so that it looks like it's a part of the same building, but that the scale is different to create interest. This is especially important when you have a building that has the length of this building. We also want to respect the scale and the materiality of the existing clubhouse, but without duplicating the architectural style. I say that because in the historic communities that I've worked in, which I just listed, that has also been the directive of the architectural team and the goal of our architectural team. The rationale behind that is that buildings that were built in a certain time period have an enormous value, emotionally, aesthetically, and to try to duplicate that in any way reduces the value of that building as well potentially, of the building that you're creating. There's something very, very unique about a guest arriving at Pinehurst and walking up and saying, that's the original building. That's it right there. That's it. And if there's complication or confusion about which is the original and which is not, we believe it devalues both buildings. The last thing is that buildings have different uses. And we want to try to create an honest, an authentic architectural character for the building that actually reflects its use. In other words, a clubhouse should look like a clubhouse, a hotel should look like a hotel, and so forth. So we're very focused on that because we think it's very important to be authentic with your design. What you're looking at now are two renderings, and these are computer renderings. Let me first say that computer renderings sometimes don't indicate the color and the materiality because we're not at that point yet. So this will not be a white building. So I share that with you. You can start to see this is both elevations are the south elevation facing the cradle. One is from the east looking, and then one is from the west looking. And you can start to see that they start to indicate what the building is. It starts to indicate that it is a hotel. So what we've done too, you can see that there are three primary forms of the building. Let's talk about the top slide. On the right, we have what we call the main house. That's the tallest of the three components. And in fact, only about 35 feet of that actually exceeds the 50 feet that we're asking for. As you move to the center section, we call it the residential wing, where the majority of the guest rooms are located. That's well below the 50 feet. I say well below, it's 4 feet or so below the 50 feet. And then as you move down to the far west, that's where we have the USGA component of the project, which has the locker rooms, the dining, the flex, and the boardroom. So you can start to see that the building steps, and as it steps down towards Highway 5, it's a lower profile. As it moves into the center, it's a little taller, and as it moves to the far east, then now you're pretty much at the scale of the existing clubhouse. That's the strategy. This is a slide that was shown earlier, but I wanted to show it again just to remind us of three buildings on the left, the Carolina, the Holly, and the Manor. And you can see the scale of our building, both in length and in height, in relationship to those existing buildings. You might find it also interesting that those buildings really don't look alike. They all have their own individual character, and they all have their own individual history and their own individual reputations. So the next slide, this shows several things. First, at the top, it shows the south elevation of both the lodge and the clubhouse. And we wanted to make sure that we understand, very rarely will you see it exactly from this perspective. You'll see it off to one side or the other. But nonetheless, we thought it was important to show you, just so you can understand the scale of the two buildings. One of the major differences between the lodge and the clubhouse is that as you move to the west, the land slopes down. And so it gives the appearance of a little larger height building on the lodge. So what we've done is that, as you can see on the bottom slide, we've taken the plinth of the clubhouse and drawn that straight across so that that level of the clubhouse relates to the lodge, and then what you have above that plinth more closely relates to the scale of the clubhouse. So these are architectural moves that we're making in order to try to create a very strong scale relationship
and materiality relationship to the clubhouse. You probably don't think about this often, but there's 3 different scales that the buildings are typically viewed from. One is that there's a long-term view. Coming up Highway 5, looking up there, there's the long-term view. How do the buildings relate to each other in terms of scale? Then when you're around the buildings, you walk through and you have the clubhouse, you have the hotel or the lodge, and you're walking around those, and how do they relate to each other when you're closer? And then the third scale is when you're beside a building, how does it feel? Is it comfortable? Is it overpowering? Does it feel right? And so we take into account all 3 of those scales when we're doing our massing and starting to set up the design for the buildings. You all have this in your package. I don't know that the audience can see it, but what we are trying to show here, we're showing a model of the lodge coming up Highway 5. The next one you'll get a little closer so you can see it better. And the top, we're showing a red roof, and on the bottom one, we're showing a gray roof. Here's our thinking for initially showing you the gray roof. If you look at the site from this angle, you have the gray roof of the lodge on the bottom, you have the red roof of the clubhouse, and then you have the gray roof of the Pageant Learning Center. So the Pageant Learning Center and the lodge frame and emphasize the importance of the clubhouse, which stands on its own. Secondly, if it's all a red roof, it tends to expand and stretch the length of the area of red roof for both of the buildings, perhaps giving them a longer appearance. As you get a little closer, you can see the same thing here with the red roof on the bottom and the gray roof on the top. And in my opinion, the gray roof also seems to anchor it to the ground a little bit more, blends it in a little bit more, and lets the clubhouse stand on its own as the important building that has the history and tradition associated with it. When we sited the building, what the purpose of this slide is to indicate that the face of our building is approximately the same face as the clubhouse, but that there are 4 different architectural characters, elements, 2 on our building and 2 on the clubhouse, that project out from that face. On our building, they're 14 feet back from the cart path. On the clubhouse, one of them projects out to 20 feet, and then the other one just barely projects out, and it's only 8 feet. So it creates an organic feel, something that's very natural, responding to the terrain and to the site plan of the area, and doesn't look manufactured. It looks more like it's natural and more comfortable, in our opinion, with that third scale to walk through and walk around. You asked for some different renderings. So again, these are computer renderings. These are not professional renderings, but we took them right from the model, and we wanted to show them to you. Again, we're back on I'll start here again on the south elevation. One of the interesting things about this elevation is that we have deep recesses on the building. About 12 feet back on the lower levels, or actually on all 3 levels, and then the balconies project about 5 feet where we have balconies. What that does is on a south-facing facade is going to create a lot of shadow and shade and depth and texture. It is not going to be a flat facade by any means at all. It's going to be very active, and it'll change during the day as you see it because of the angle of the sun moving from the east to the west. We'll also change materiality at certain points of the building. We call, between the main house and the residential building, and between the residential building and the USGA component, we have these, what we call hyphens. And those hyphens are, you can see them, especially on the lower one, there's a hyphen between the USG component and the residential building. Those are meant, again, to break up the building, be places where we can change materials to create that effect that we were trying to find, where it looks like the building was built over a series of years, yet it has a strong relationship to one another. Bird's eye view, again, of the south. And I can come back to any of these that we like. Bird's eye view. Looking on the far right is where we have the bar on the top floor, the lobby on the middle floor. or excuse me, on the first floor. And the middle floor is one of our suites, and then the event lawn to the right. And looking around to the other side, this shows the porte cochere, where you would drive in and drop off, the guests would be dropped off, and this would be the first vision, the first that you would see once you're on that second scale within the community. This is a view of the porte cochere, the architectural character that we're looking to evolve. And then again, the same north view where you would drop off at the porte cochere. As was said earlier, we have 34 guest rooms. They are all approximately 450 square feet, which is a very appropriate sized guest room, about the same size that we're seeing at Sea Pines and at the sanctuary at Kiawah Island. Another look of the element on the southeast corner. You can see there's a lot of movement and a lot of texture. As far as the height, I want to talk about that for just 1 second. Because of the way that we have to measure the point on which we measure height from, the building is a long building and there's a lot of terrain change throughout it. But on the building frontage, which is the north side, we calculated the average grade is 521. And that's the point which we're taking the 50 feet or the 55 feet request from. However, I'll tell you that only 10% of that elevation is going to be affected by that. The rest of it actually is below the 50 feet that are allowed without asking for the change. Sometimes, although not here, but I'll point this out nonetheless, there's another way to calculate height with the idea that I'm talking about, that the building has been built over time. And that is the first piece of the building, which is the manor house, is actually 4 feet taller than the rest of the building. And theoretically, and this is completely theoretically, if that was built as a building without the rest of it, we wouldn't be sitting here asking you for a height variation, because at that point of the building, it falls within the height regulations. I know that's a stretch, but I point it out because with a building this long, I think that is an important point. And the last couple slides actually show the length of the clubhouse, which is on the east elevation is 430 feet long, and on the south elevation is 287 feet long. And you can see that we're 380 on the south and more like 60 on terms of the width. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Bob, and I'll return for any questions that you may wish to ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Coote.
Thank you, Bob. Now I'd like to introduce Sam Holbrook with Gilbane, the contractor that's been selected to build the USGA and the...
Mr. Coote, you're going to have to repeat that. And as you do, we have this gentleman and then how many other presenters before the end of the presentation?
Sam will be the last presenter.
Okay. And would you do the introduction again with the microphone a little closer? Thank you.
Sure. I'd like to introduce Sam Holbrook with Gilbane, the site contractor, and the group that has been selected to build the buildings should we move forward.
Thank you. As you said, my name is Sam Holbrook. I am a project executive with the Gilbane Building Company. I've been in this area for about 15 years. I've been in construction for about 25 years. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse, but I've never, or all my projects have been on occupied campuses in areas that are very congested, so very familiar with project types similar to this. Gilbane Building has been selected to build both the Lodge at Pinehurst and the USGA Golf House. I wanted to talk a little bit about both projects here today, since we are looking at them as a combined construction site and combined construction logistics. What you see on the screen there is a high-level overview, which you've seen on the left, which is the Lodge at Pinehurst, and on the right is the USGA Golf House. The lodge at Pinehurst is about an 18-month schedule duration. That is from first shovel in the ground until they are occupied. It's about 60,000 square feet, as we've heard today. The golf house is about 40,000 square feet, so about 50% smaller. I'm sorry, about 50% smaller than the lodge. The schedule duration on that is about 14 months from start to end. Our goal, as I said, is to have a combined logistics site, combined schedule, combine these projects together to really minimize the disruptions to the village and to the surrounding area. Here's how they sit on the site. You've seen some of these views already, but this one also includes the golf house at the top there on the left, in the lodge there towards the bottom on the picture on the left. On the right-hand side is our proposed construction fencing that will go in place. This fencing will have screens on it, and our goal is to keep as many as the existing trees around the perimeter of our site to create a natural vision and sound barrier as we do this. These projects, all of our access into the projects will be from the north, as you see there to the right where the arrows are. We'll have controlled access gates entering the site there. We'll access both of these projects. Our intent is to leave all the existing parking in the lot there available for the resort to use, as you see in our construction fencing there on the right as well. As was mentioned, and this is something I'm also familiar with, as I mentioned, that our goal is to keep everybody away from this site until they are needed to be on the site. That includes workers, deliveries, anything that's going to be required for these projects will be staged at an off-site location. We've evaluated multiple sites already. Three of the most prominent potential ones are up here on the screen right now. The most ideal will be the harness track. We've since learned from the Parks and Rec group that likely will not work due to a lot of athletics that use those fields down there, but it is the closest location. They also talked to us about potentially using the West Pinehurst Community Park, and the resort has offered some of the U.S. Open parking sites. The one that suits us best, we believe, is the one down 5, which you can kind of see in the picture on the right. I know it's difficult to see, but our goal is to only approach these projects from the south. We want to bring all of our materials, all of our people approaching these jobs, coming up 5, and then exiting down the same way. We want to stay out of the residential areas, stay out of the village, stay out of all the areas where we don't need to be. As we mentioned, the off-site staging location will be where we park all of our employees. It's something that we're very used to doing. This site actually is not too congested compared to a lot of them that we work in. So all employees will go to that off-site staging location in the morning, and they will be shuttled to the project site. That'll be the same with deliveries. No deliveries will approach this project site until they've checked in at the off-site staging location. Our goal is to keep delivery trucks, out of the traffic, out of any area near the resort until they are needed. And again, this is something we do very frequently. We've created online check-ins, virtual calendars. It's just the technology has really helped to help our logistics on these type of projects. These are all still preliminary. I'll mention nothing's been finalized on these off-site locations, but yeah, we're still evaluating these as we speak. We've also talked to the railway about using their lines for deliveries for this project, or even crossing their line there, which is adjacent to the property, creating some sort of crossing there for our trucks to get through. Unfortunately, the way the track is laid out, the curves of that track do not allow us to safely put in a crossing there. There would be no way for the conductor to see the crossing in time as he approaches it with the speed that those trains have coming through there. So the crossing idea, unfortunately, is not going to work per the railway. They have offered us to use their railway for deliveries, and which we are going to do definitely. It's not a daily delivery by any means, but it's the big deliveries for steel and for wood. There's a spur line there today that we will be able to leave a rail car at as needed when these big deliveries come. And again, these are just some of the big deliveries that we could have come via the railway versus the roads. The picture on this one is not important other than to say it's very complicated. It's actually a picture of Duke Hospital's main campus. The blue circle in the middle was my last personal project, which was their $250 million patient tower hospital. We averaged 500 men on site, workers on site of that every single day for 2.5 years, completely surrounded by a hospital on all sides. The helipad was actually below the top of our building. The amount of coordination and time and effort that went into that project is what we'll bring down here. It's just a lot of skills, a lot of lessons learned, but it's a lot of things that we know are needed down in a village. Even though the project is much smaller, these are a lot of the things that we're used to doing, and we'll bring that expertise down here. Gilbane Building is a national company. We do billions of dollars of work every year in a lot of urban environments. So we have a lot of national lessons learned on these type of projects as well. One of the things that we do on these, where we're in a residential neighborhood, is a good neighbor program. This is just an example here again on the screen, but what we do is we want to keep the residents that live near this or anybody in the community that wants to be informed about these projects up to date. We create websites, we hold informational meetings, we hand out phone numbers for our teams that are on site, so you're able to call them if there are any issues. Our goal is to build these projects. We're going to be seen, but we don't want to be heard. We want to stay out of your residential areas, your village areas. Everything coming in and out of this site will be controlled. It's actually kind of nice where we're at on this one because no one will walk through our gates. Everyone will be driven through. So we'll know immediately if people are not following the rules, as far as our logistics and staging go. And this is the last slide I have. And as they promised, I'm the last speaker. I think we're going to do a quick closing.
Right, and thank you, Sam. That concludes our presentation. And thank you all for listening, and we'll be around and happy to answer any questions at that time.
All right, Mr. Coons, thank you. Council, my feeling is we should proceed with the comments from the public. After that, maybe take a very short break and then come back for discussion, which will be a considerable amount with the applicant. So at this point, we'll go to public.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You just had a clarification to make from earlier. So the golf and tennis villas on the old hotel site were actually public accommodations from when they were built in 1973 to 1995. And then they were used as private accommodations for staff from 1995 until 2008. So they were, in fact, used as hotel. And the second point that we wanted to clarify, as we had, as Adam had testified, that we would remove parking as need was removed. We would also add parking if we increased the need. So it's a two-way street. Just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. All right. Gentlemen, thank you. If you take your other seats, and we'll get into public comments. I'm going to first go to the list of those who've signed up. And that is William Colmer, to be followed by Kirk Atkins. So, Mr. Atkins, you could be prepared to speak upon Mr. Colmer's conclusion. And you can, as far as I'm concerned, you can either, all the speakers can either use the standing mic or these table mics, whatever you prefer. We look forward to your comments. Mr. Colmer, state your full name and address, please, and proceed. Thank you very much.
Okay, I hope you can hear me through the mask, but I'm William or Bill Colmer, and I live at 34 Pomeroy Drive here in Pinehurst. And I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak. Just won't take very long. I just have a couple of things to say. The first of which is there's two things. I got about four things to talk about. There's two. The first two have to do with kind of the whole general approach. And number one is that, to me, in my opinion, as I look at this whole request is a request for spot zoning. And most communities don't like spot zoning because if you grant one spot zoning request, then what authority do you have and how do you prevent other spot zoning requests? And so you can build anything, anywhere, anytime, if you have a nice enough presentation for it. So my first recommendation would be that, I don't think we ought to do this because it's spot zoning. And the second thing, the second comment has to do with the scale. Notwithstanding the comments by the architect and others, I take a look at these pictures and drawings and then I try to put myself in the actual place where this is going to be. And if you're on the cradle, if you're playing on the cradle, you are below the level of this building. And if you look back at this building, that's all you're going to see. It's a 4-story, gigantic convention center / hotel. And even as the drawings, and I appreciate the pictures that were shown that showed the approach as you come up Route 5, as you're northbound on Route 5. Even in those, you'll see that as you approach this building, that's all you're going to see. You won't be able to see the clubhouse. You won't see anything. It's just, there's 387 frontage feet of this building, and it's at a 4-story type. It is completely, in my opinion, out of scale with the existing buildings. And so I don't think we should do it because it's just completely out of scale for the location and for the village of Pinehurst. Third, I go back to the traffic studies and the traffic impact. And I realized that they're just at the beginning, that I read what was in the package, the 80-something pages, and the traffic impact analysis, which I found out tonight is undergoing, is something that I think really needs to be done. So my real recommendation to the village council is that you defer any action on this proposal, positive or negative, until you get all of the facts, until you get that impact analysis, till you really can dig into the traffic. And the same thing goes for the parking impact. I think this concept of waiting for 2.5 years before you even get the design of the parking is a non-starter. You really need to know now, before you approve this project, of how they're going to deal with this parking. And if they're going to build a parking garage, you need to know that now. So, and that's the biggest issue is not that they have 74 parking spaces or 83 or is it 95, whatever the right number is. The issue is we don't have the design, we don't have the knowledge of exactly how they're going to address that. And in order for this to be a complete plan, you need that complete information. So, at the bottom line of all of this, and by the way, if you were on the club property yesterday, which is kind of a normal day, at 10 o'clock in the morning, 11 o'clock in the morning, like I was, you would have noticed that there was not a single parking spot to be had in the entire area. So it's hard for me to believe that you're going to take away spaces and you're not going to increase the problem. So my recommendation ultimately is that you defer any action on this proposal or application until you have the full complement of information that you need to make that decision. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Comer. The next speaker is Kirk Atkins, followed by Debbie Layler.
So, good evening. Can you hear me?
You better step up to the microphone a little bit, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I've taken a lot of time and effort and put a lot of facts and figures together. And as a consequence, I've prepared written remarks. And then I worked this morning with your very capable and kind colleague, Ms. Chance. And I believe you each have a copy of my prepared remarks.
Yes, we do. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you very much. And if you would indulge me in allowing me to read it
Yes.
for the record, please.
Of course, go ahead.
So my name is Kirk Adkins. My wife and I live at 70 Carolina Vista Drive, directly in front of the Carolina Hotel. We're very pleased to be part of the Pinehurst community. This community would not exist were it not for the Pinehurst Resort. The prosperity of the village of Pinehurst is primarily dependent upon the success of the Pinehurst Resort. We absolutely desire the resort to be hugely prosperous. With the recent USGA US Open Anchor Site announcement and the current uptake of amenities, the future prospect of the Pinehurst Resort looks very bright. However, with prosperity comes great responsibility. I'm here to present my views about the proposed hotel at the Pinehurst Resort Main Club area, and in particular about the parking issues that will develop if you do not aggressively intercede now. As you all know, the Pinehurst Resort has a history of not supplying adequate parking for their revenue-generating operations. The Carolina Hotel does not have nearly the needed parking capacity, and there are constantly cars parked along Ritter Road, Chinquapin, and into and around the other roads of Old Town. My wife and several other neighbors have been meeting with the resort for over 2 years to get them to try to admit that there is a parking issue and to ultimately provide incremental parking to accommodate the demand of their guests and their employees. In fact, your former Village of Pinehurst council member was tasked with helping to resolve this parking issue, but his efforts were ultimately futile. The next example of inadequate parking is the newly opened Pinehurst Brewery. Essentially, from the moment the Pinehurst Brewery opened, cars were double parked along Magnolia, effectively making that a one-way street. Before the brewery opened, there were never any parking issues on Magnolia. The parking situation got so bad along Magnolia due to the lack of parking by Pinehurst Resort that this council authorized, at the taxpayer's expense, a $450,000 streetscape to provide 22 incremental parking spaces. So you effectively paid for and solved the resort's parking problem on Magnolia Road. The final parking issue example is the Manor Hotel. The Manor has 40 hotel rooms, a restaurant, and a bar, and there are only 37 parking places. Your PDO requires 1 parking space per hotel room, plus the need for hotel, restaurant, and bar staff parking. The Manor will definitely become a significant parking issue once we return to post-COVID hospitality levels. We already see that the Pinecrest Inn is being forced to place signs about no parking due to the overflow from the inadequate parking of the Manor Hotel. Now, let me please discuss the issue at hand, which is the proposed lodge at the main club. You have authorized, this group, council has authorized approximately $480,000 in tax incentives for the Pinehurst Resort to construct the lodge. Consequently, you have the leverage to demand adequate parking as a quid pro quo for this tax holiday that you've granted. As a result of the USGA facilities and the lodge, the resort is eliminating over 150 parking spaces. I don't know the math that they've come up with, but I have personally gone over and counted the spaces that are going to be lost. And there will be 130 spaces, and as Mr. Comer just pointed out, they are full where the USGA buildings will be situated. And then prior to tonight's announcement, I thought there were 22 spaces that were going to be lost at the lodge, but now seemingly it's only 12. Additionally, my calculations show that according to the PDO, that there are the required incremental parking spaces for this increased activity that's being proposed, and they're in 3 different categories. Number 1 is your PDO demands 45 parking spaces for the lodge for their guests, employees, and visitors. Number 2, somewhere between 60 and 240 spaces are required purely for the 240-seat conference center at the lodge. And then number 3, there should be 100 spaces for the USGA 2 facilities for their staff, visitors, and museum attendees. This totals at least 205 spaces of incremental requirements, plus the 150 spaces which are lost due to these construction projects. Consequently, you need to require them to construct 350, I don't know where the 85 is coming from, 350 new car parking spaces on site. These spaces must be on site, not some remote spot with purported shuttle service. As I've said on numerous occasions to each of you, personally, at meetings in my home, and by email, these 350 spaces can be accommodated on site via subterranean parking. I don't know why it's all surface parking. I've presented to you on numerous occasions videos and pictures of subterranean parking solutions. In fact, simply look at the cart parking that exists underneath the main club for a perfect example of a subterranean parking solution. Further, please do not defer this decision based on some good faith effort of finding a parking solution after the 2024 U.S. Open Championship. The parking problems need to be addressed now, when you have the leverage of your tax holiday that you've granted, and more importantly, when the resort needs your approval now to alter these zoning regulations. My strong recommendation would be to require the 350 spaces of incremental parking to be installed during the construction of the USGA buildings and the lodge. There are more than 3 years before the 2024 U.S. Open Championship. There is absolutely no doubt that the parking garage, the USGA buildings, and the lodge can all be constructed before June 2024. With prosperity comes great responsibility. Please make certain that that responsibility is fulfilled. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Atkins. The next speaker signed up is Debbie Layler, and I believe someone's going, and we've received from her earlier today a email, and I believe Ms. Atkins is going to read that. Is that correct?
Would you like for me to read it?
That'd be fine.
Okay. In Debbie's absence, thank you.
Please stand up to the microphone or sit for the microphone. Thank you very much.
I regretfully request that you ascertain the actual plans for the use of the public spaces at the Wicker Lodge and the resultant effects on traffic and parking before approving this project. Pages 12 through 16 of the renderings for the lodge submitted by Pinehurst Resort show the following uses for the structures at either end of the building. The tower on the west end of the building will have lockers and a workout space on the ground floor. On the main lobby level, there is a large space designated USGA Flex Space, player dining room, and a connected boardroom overlooking the cradle. What is the capacity of this space, and will it be available for rental, conferences, weddings, or conventions? The tower on the east side of the building, closest to the existing clubhouse, has 3 floors with spaces suitable for large meetings, conferences, entertainment, all overlooking the golf course. Since the room capacity on the top floor has been determined to be 240 people, we could assume the same number for the other 2. Will they be generally available for rental? These public spaces and the potential numbers of people involved dwarf the number of guests staying at the lodge. This is effectively a repurposing of the building. less a hotel, and more a new convention center. Now that we are gaining a better understanding of the proposed project, should this trigger a new review of the proposal? Pinehurst LLC is a business. It would be financially irresponsible to leave these spaces empty. The lodge and these meeting places will become the most desirable and sought-after meeting venues in the village. Pinehurst has become a year-round resort. These meeting spaces will remain booked. The potential side effects, both in terms of parking and traffic on the Old Town area and residents, remain unknown. I respectfully request that the village get a clear understanding of the use of the lodge and carefully explore all its impacts on the community before issuing its approval.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Carol Boxell, and followed by Patrick Pizzella. Is Carol Boxell here? Well, I have some flexibility to allow that to happen. Why don't we do this?
Yep.
First of all, I would ask you please to wear a mask while you're giving your comments.
Sorry.
And I will ask my council colleagues, is it acceptable that those are read by this individual, or would you rather have me read them? Because we will take emailed comments specific to this hearing.
He was supposed to come tonight.
I
Got
understand.
caught up with life.
And this is a little different than what we do with public comments at the end of a meeting. Would the council like to hear this read by Ms. Atkins, or would you have preferred to read by myself?
I defer you, Mr. Mayor.
Fine. Would you bring that to me, please? Thank you.
Your decision on that.
That's okay. Sorry. Thank you. This is a message from Carol Boxell. I may not be able to make the meeting tonight, but I do have concerns. I'm a resident of the village a block from the resort. My daughter was 4 at the time we moved here, and the speed of the resort employees has been a constant concern as my daughter rides her bike and scooter, etc. There is a curve where we live, and it is very dangerous. I'm sorry, this is not related to the public hearing, if I understand it correct. This is a comment about something else. I'm not seeing anything here that relates to the public hearing. So I'm going to hold this. This will be circulated to the council later. This should have been submitted under public comments at the end of the meeting. The next speaker is Patrick Pizzella.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whoops. Council members. First, I'd like to begin by saying that I think the idea and the concept of this is wonderful. I think the idea of a lodge, the idea of an anchor site with USGA, it's good for the village, it's good for the country club, and I think it's good for golf. But like many ideas and concepts, the details regarding implementation, which impact the community itself, or what have to be decided, and decided only by you 5 individuals, really. Many of us have opinions, you all have votes. Number one, one of the things that's going to go into you making a decision is having as many facts as is necessary so that you're not flying blind on behalf of the citizens of the village. I am surprised that there is no final traffic impact analysis that's been provided to this council. I think it's not fair to you. It's not fair to the citizens. Traffic impact analyses are done all the time, all over the country. It is not like inventing a new way to slice bread. And I would concur with some of the previous comments that decisions to go forth on what might be an analysis about traffic and or what might be an analysis about parking should be deferred until you have the facts. I, for one, I heard the presentations tonight. I am very skeptical that anyone can sit here and tell you that when this is all done, there'll be hardly any impact on traffic. That, I don't believe any of you will believe that. I don't believe any of our fellow citizens in Pinehurst would believe that. It's just not practical. That description, that view of the proposed lodge, with the traffic coming onto it, that is definitely just someone's idea of what traffic looks like, because that is not what Route 5 looks like when you're driving up there going towards Pinehurst now. Regarding the lodge itself, which I think is a great idea, as I said earlier, I urge the council to stick with the 50-foot requirement. I remember when I first moved to Pinehurst about 10 years ago, was told the story about, I believe it was Mr. Tufts chopping off the top floor of the Magnolia Inn when he realized it was built too high. I see some heads nodding, so I guess there's some truth to that. I didn't know if it was myth or not. So I think 50 feet is a good mark, and I think the architects know how to get it to 50 feet. This lodge, when and if built, will be a destination very desirable for golfers and beyond. And I think that I know a little bit about the industry. They can tell you down to the square footage, down to the room, how much money they can make on every single transaction that takes place. And I'm convinced that they can charge whatever price they have to charge to make up for the 5 feet differential if you reduce the height of the lodge. The last thing I want to talk about is also the guesstimate on the parking of where they might put things and when they might do things. It was pointed out about the time between now and when there'll be decisions made on the parking. I was thinking about that old Popeye cartoon, Wimpy, I'll gladly pay you on Tuesday for a hamburger today. I really think we need to be cautious about that. There's no reason that an operation this size, very capable architects, very capable consultants, the Pinehurst Resort and Country Club can't come up with the answers now. You deserve that in order to make your decision. We certainly have been able to resolve Woody Woodpecker. That's all been handled. And if we can resolve that, we ought to be able to resolve parking and traffic and the size of the lodge. I don't have an opinion really, and I don't think it's fair for me to decide whether the roof is red or green or anything else like that. I'll defer to the people who know what's going on there. But I do think the height is important because I think that will have a huge impact about what people see when they come to the Village of Pinehurst. So I encourage you to carefully get the facts you need before you make a decision. And I also ask you to carefully negotiate this with the Resort and the Country Club. This is going to be a historic addition to Pinehurst, and it will also be a very profitable one. And the citizens in the village should not be given the short end of the quality of life stick, which is one of the things that's important to the people who live here. It's the quality of life in order to just go forth hastily with a project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzella. I have no other names on the list. Are there people present who would wish to speak? Gentlemen, would you step up to the microphone and identify yourself, please? Just step up. Thank you very much.
Yeah, come up to the microphone.
Could we bring the microphone to you, sir? Just, that's fine. Hang on.
All right.
We'll bring it to you, sir. We'll bring the
Behind you.
microphone to you.
Sorry.
My name is Gil Pritchard. I live at on Carolina Vista Drive, across from where the proposed USGA golf house is going to be built. I want to ask a question because I'm not sure of the procedures. This is not a normal town meeting. It's a hearing, and so I don't know whether this is a place where we ask questions or we make comments.
This is a public comment time of the hearing with respect to the proposed lodge. If you have a comment about it, this would be the time to make it.
All right,
If
I'll
you have a
turn- I'll
question
turn-
about procedure, I'm happy to entertain that, but we would defer that for later.
I'll turn my comment in, or my question into a comment.
Please.
Let me see, I gotta redo this. Do you have an environmental impact study for the USGA Golf House and Testing Center?
I believe it was identified earlier that has been done. Am I correct, Dan?
That's news, because I've been to all the meetings with regard to the golf house, both starting with the September 22nd announcement and going forward with the resident meetings, and where I was told not only wasn't there one, there wasn't a need for one.
Let me get a comment from our staff, and we can then take that question into the comments from the council later. Is there any other question, though, Mr. Pritchard, that you have?
Along those same lines, I learned today, quite to my surprise, that one of the reasons why the USGA is moving the golf house is because it's been environmentally compromised. And it would be too expensive and time-consuming for them to remedy the situation in New Jersey. So they've opted to move it to North Carolina. Since I live adjacent to that, I kind of want to know what the environmental compromise includes. Is it soil, water, air? What other kind of pollution is there? What's the risk that I'm going to run as a neighbor directly across the street from them?
Okay, I understand the point. We'll research that, and we'll make a comment back. Not tonight necessarily, but we'll look into that issue. Dan, did you have a further comment about the environmental impact, though?
Yeah, simply the PDO wouldn't require an environmental impact statement.
How can that be
All right.
when they're
Mr.
moving for
Pritchard,
environmental reasons?
Mr. Pritchard, what we'll do is this, sir. Again, this was a comment time, not a question time yet. Sorry for the differentiation of the point. Your point's well made. I understand that. We'll find a way to look into that and get back to you. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Are there any others who wish to make comments on the applicant's presentation? Yes, ma'am. Would you step up, please? And before you speak, please just sit right there with the microphone and state your name and address. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm a resident of Pinehurst for a long time. I've enjoyed my time here. My name is Jean Sundstrom, and I live on McDonald Road. I noticed a term, and maybe I didn't write it correctly, but I noticed exclusive guests. And I wonder if that could be defined. Who are exclusive guests?
I'm sorry, so the question is define exclusive guests?
Yes,
Is
that
the
was
word?
mentioned.
All right. Why don't we take that up again in the question period? that the
Well,
council-
those would be the people that are at the lodge. And I noticed there was no access to the clubhouse.
I think the access issues will be coming up in the questions that the council has as well.
Okay.
So we have two things we'll try to address for you there. Thank you very much, Mrs. Sundstrom. Are there any other persons present who wish to speak? I want to check with the village clerk. Do we have any other inquiries from email? Seeing none. Does the council have any reason to continue the hearing at this point? And then we'll go back into our meeting and have our Q&A period. All right. I need a motion then to close the public hearing.
I move to adjourn the public hearing and re-enter the regular meeting.
Motion by Judy Davis. Is there a second?
Second that.
Second by Kevin Drum. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? So we have closed the public hearing. We're going to go back into the regular meeting. And during the regular meeting, which will begin momentarily after a short break, council members will then have the opportunity to present questions to the applicant, reflecting on a great deal of research that we have done. And I will outline the ground rules for that. We'll review this. We'll return at 6:55. So take a 5-6 minute break, if that's all right, and come right back, please. Please take your seats. You take your seats, please, so we can resume the meeting. We're going to resume then the regular meeting, having adjourned the hearing. And as I did at the outset of the hearing with respect to procedure, I want to talk just briefly about the procedures for the council discussion and questions and answers. The council, with the help of our staff, all the public comments we received tonight and in recent days, and certainly with a great deal of cooperation from the applicant and all of the resources of that team, we've received a lot of information as council members, and we've done a lot of study and analysis of this proposal. So in doing that, it seemed that we could summarize or boil down a little bit the key areas of concern or key areas that need to be addressed. And they are architecture, construction plans, scale, parking, land usage, and also some consideration which has been mentioned by the construction manager about how the whole site comes together. And so what we're going to do as a council is this. I've asked a couple of council members to sort of not necessarily lead the discussion, but be the first speakers on one topic or another. And then the council members, all of us will have the opportunity to ask questions of the applicant and among ourselves as well. And the first topic that we're going to deal with is architecture and scale. And Kevin Drum will lead some comments on that as he has them, and then other council members may have some as well. And we'll go on to another subject, which will be parking, and then on to the other categories I mentioned. So at this point, seeing no other questions from the council, I would like to call on Councilmember Drum to go over whatever questions or comments he would like to make regarding architecture and scale. And it might be useful if the applicant on that subject for maybe to come to the table here, Bob and Mr. Neal and whomever else on that team of yours.
And Bob, I want you to forgive me, a commenter asking architecture questions. I'm not sure if I have the right, you know.
Kevin, step up to your microphone here.
I'm not sure I have the right to, I'm just a council member, and I understand what you do is very complicated, and I appreciate you humoring me with my questions.
I assure you, you have the right.
I wanted to start out by, I wanted to look at how many things this project impacted in our long-term land use plan. Those yellow things are all the things it impacted. The good news is the green things are the positive impacts. And I just wanted you, I'm not going to go through those, but I just thought, I think that's why we're asking all these questions. And I just wanted you to, I thought it was a visual representation and why we're going here. I had the luxury of knowing, since we're on the negotiating team, that we're talking about possibly a 40.
Bring it to you.
We're talking about a 40 room lodge. So people are having a lot of problem with scale. I expected scale because I knew it was coming, because I was there on the ground floor. So I know other people will have questions related to scale. I'm more going to talk about design aspects that maybe could minimize the look of the scale. And I just wanted to talk about that for a minute because I think that's what a lot of the public are saying to me. So I'm just trying to, and I happen to, I said that in some of my meetings, and I've heard it from I'd say more than about 5 dozen residents. So it's pretty consistent what I'm hearing from residents. But anyway, in our discussions, we're told that Mr. Dedman communicated to us that it would, through staff, that it would be built to fit in with the existing structures. Example was given like the lodge at Sea Island, pretty large scale, and it fits kind of like a glove on a Cloister campus, which makes the scale kind of minimized at that historic resort. So, I kind of expected something like that, and I think maybe some of the public did, more of a, I hear what you're saying, that you wanted to differentiate it, to respect the building. I'm not an architect, so I'm not going to do that to you, but I want to focus on the rear of the building, because I feel like you guys have done such an amazing job. The logistics, I'm very impressed with on how you're going to accomplish this. And I think it's. I'm just trying to focus on the rear of the building, and because I think you've hit the mark on everywhere else, and I think people are very concerned. I think it's because of love of the resort, love of the beautiful resort.
May I ask a
Yeah.
question? I just want to make sure I understand as you go through your comments, what do you refer to as the rear of the building? The south face?
The south, and I appreciate you saying it that way, because I think it could be considered the front. So I appreciate your question. And, but, I've listened to the HPC meetings, and I've heard, a lot of things during those HPC meetings, from your representatives. You understand the location, what the history is, and how to enhance the experience. You said what inspired you. You said you want to absorb the DNA, not you personally, but your firm, want to absorb the DNA of what is Pinehurst. You talked about it's inspired by the history of resorts in the U.S., your representatives did. Also, there was some talk about how the bricks breaks down the scale of the building, so that kind of relates to the scale. Features things you see in the village. How to honor the building next door was a big theme you had. The same columns as the clubhouse was a comment I heard, and I'm having a hard time because they look like they're different to me. They don't look like, some are square, some are round. And, so I think some people are trying to understand that, and I think you're the one that's going to be able to explain it, because I know Tom and Dick very well, but you're the architect. You're the one that's responsible for all this. You were inspired by the clubhouse. And I know, Bob, you said that you were very cognizant of the view of Highway 5. And I think someone said it would be a backdrop to many photos, people taking photos, in front of that building. And you don't want a monolithic building. That was one of the comments. So I'm not an architect, but I just wanted to, the presentation, you showed me, some of those drawings had a red roof, and honestly, some of the roofs were green. You had a multi-color roof on some of those drawings. So I'm kind of trying to understand, like everyone else, what the color scheme is, and what the texture is, and where the products are going. There's siding suggestions and column shapes, and there's some porches that have arches that are similar to the neighboring structure. These are all comments that I'm hearing from the public.
Yeah.
I don't have clarity like, of the micro detail. And I think it's like you said, we're seeing one-dimensional drawings. I have a lot of faith in the resort, and I've had the luxury of staying at some of your properties, from the Sanctuary to Sea Island, and I believe you also designed the beach club at Sea Island, if I'm not mistaken.
We did.
Because it looked very similar to the clubhouse, Mediterranean design. But I just want to try to summarize this as quick as I can. And I think that what people are saying to me, their concerns are that it's a contemporary design at such an historic location. And you explained why you're going to do it, but I think people are concerned about a contemporary design at such an iconic location. I ask this because I believe it will help me and the public be more comfortable with a massive scale, which I think you need that scale to accomplish your goals. I don't, I'm not speaking for everyone. I'm kind of one that says, the worst thing that could happen is we build this and it's not ready to greet a world-class U.S. Open. So I'm trying to accept the scale, and I'm trying to get a better explanation from the architect, which I think the public wants to hear, on why it doesn't more match the existing structure, or more sympathetic to the, I don't want to use architectural terms, more sympathetic to the existing structure. And then there are situations on Highway 5 where you don't see the existing structure. You only see the lodge. That one picture farther back, you saw both. The closer you get, you only see the lodge. And, I think it's a good-looking building. I mean, I'm very impressed from the service areas. It's a very impressive building. It's more, most people are really concerned that the clubhouse, that is iconic in nature, is being overshadowed, and it is by the new structure. And it's a reoccurring theme I'm hearing from the public, and and some people are saying to me it's in the eye of the beholder. What some people see as not sympathetic to the neighboring structure, you see as respecting the neighboring structure. And I know it's repetitive, but I think it's a major issue to our public. And they really, I think Dick, I was talking with Dick, and red roof, to me, as a commoner, making it match makes sense. To me, the brick is kind of like, I think the term they used was strong, showed strength. Well, it does. It shows strength and dominance over the neighboring structure a little bit. So I'm just trying to, accept that I frankly want the resort to have the scale it needs to be successful. But what I'm trying to understand is, I don't see enough detail to see how it's sympathetic to the neighboring structure. And I think I hear that theme. I wouldn't say it tonight if it was just my opinion. It seems to be a repetitive theme. And I had a much longer comments, but I think you did a good job of answering some of this. So I've decided to shorten mine to that. I think you should spend some time and not talking to me, but talking to the public on it almost looks like it's farther in front of the clubhouse to me, which kind of makes the scale look bigger than it is to me a little bit. And I think other people are seeing that, and I think, frankly, it's just love of this neighboring structure. It's not anything negative about your building. I think it's more about the love of the neighboring structure, and I think it's worth spending some time with the architect to explain this, because I'm having difficulty. explain it to the public. And, it's something that I've, been very consistent on. I thought it would be a Mediterranean-style structure. You chose as the architect not to do it that way. You did that at Sea Pines and at the Beach Club. It has Mediterranean features like the clubhouse. I mean, if you look at the tower, I mean, it looks like it does, but then all of a sudden it's lap siding and then there's cedar shakes. And I'm just having a hard time understanding some of the comments and the fact that you're matching the existing columns. And I like Tom said, I mean, they've been such great stewards. I mean, that building was, the members club was an eyesore. And what they did is they chose to match it up to the Mediterranean style of the old building. And what an amazing change, So you guys have proven to be good stewards. You've proven to always do things the right way. I think me and a lot of other people are just concerned about, will this overpower the existing structure? And I'd like you to spend some time talking about that. Now, I'm done.
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you for your comments. And, architecture is kind of sometimes people that do it, people that don't do it think that they don't, because they're not architects, they don't have the ability to notice something. And that's not
You're
true.
speaking a microphone a little bit better. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Sometimes people think they don't have the right to say something if they're not an architect, and we all know that's not true.
Yeah.
So thank you for your comments. And in fact, the building is a building that you will live with, and you will experience, and we will too, by the way. So I think any comments that have to do with architecture are valid and deserve a conversation. So first of all, I would say your love for the clubhouse is one that I share too. Like with a lot of things, we show our love different ways. And our approach is, as I said earlier, to show the love by respecting it and not trying to design something that will actually compete with it, because it actually takes it and brings down the value of what it is. Now, I'll also back up and ask just for a second, that's a very eclectic building. I mean, it is, you say it's Mediterranean, but, and I think you're right that parts of it are, and parts of it are other things, and parts of it other things. So I think what you're responding to is that you like the porch, the architecture of the porch primarily. And because that's really the piece that stands out as being Mediterranean. You do have some of the larger elements that anchor that, but it's primarily the porch. So here's my response to that. And first of all, I'll say it is not a contemporary building. I think that the drawings, because as I said earlier, they all look the same color, and it doesn't show color of brick and different colors and shadows and so forth. It may appear that way because white is oftentimes an indication of contemporary, and that's what those renderings look like. It's actually not a contemporary building. We're taking pieces of other buildings, like we're using the siding that you have on the Manor House and we have on the Carolina. We use roof shapes that are similar within the village. The columns, we have columns that are similar to the columns at the clubhouse. We're using them not everywhere, but we're using them where they're appropriate, in our opinion. And we have square columns, which are also found all over the village, including the clubhouse. In fact, if you walk into the clubhouse, you're going to walk past 4 square columns before you get to that porch again, which is what we're really talking about, I think.
Yes,
is the porch.
yes. Well, the southern view.
Yeah, that's right.
Which will be compared.
That's
They're next to each other.
And that's why I think it's important to deviate from them, because I don't think you want to come, well, they almost got it. Well, I like the old better. I think you're setting yourself up if you try to match what's there that was built some time ago. And I just don't think it's appropriate. As I said, in all the communities that we work in historically, they want the building to stand out, and so people will know that's the historic building, that's the original clubhouse, that's the one, so that there's no confusion with people's minds. I think it's just a different way of loving the same building. In one way, you try to emulate it, and in another way, you try to let it stand out on its own and take all the glory. And that's the approach of this design team. The column issue. The clubhouse is a public building. People, anybody walks through that building, they walk around that porch. There's not people sleeping 3 feet away from you when you walk around that column. So it's a public building. It accepts people just to walk through there at their leisure. And its purpose is to move groups of people covered under a cover along the side of a building. That's its purpose. That's its function. To impose that function on a building that doesn't have that requirement isn't an honest or authentic way to address an architectural problem. So what we have done is that we've studied that colonnade. And that colonnade is basically a one-level colonnade. So on our buildings, wherever we decide to use a round column, we're using it in a one-story application. When we feel that it's necessary to make that a multiple 2- or 3-story application, we go to a more rectilinear column, which is historically the way to do it. If that was a round column that was 2 to 3 stories high, the proportions of that column would not be correct and it would look out of scale. So in order to create variety and interest along that facade, we're taking pieces of it where we use the one-story colonnade, similar to what's happening at the clubhouse, and we're using them at 1 stories, but at the 2 stories we're using others. So there are reasons and there's rationale out for every decision that is being made on that building. It's not, it just looks good, or I think it's, there's a rationale to try to have consistency and honesty for the materials as you move around that building. So I think those are some of my initial comments that I would say. When it comes to the roof, people have opinions, and they're valid opinions. And I try to back up my opinion with an argument that justifies that rationale. And that argument is that if it's more the color of the Pageant Learning Center, then you have framed the clubhouse, and some might say you have actually set it up on a pedestal to stand out because the red is a brighter color than a gray, and it's going to stand out and be more prominent in that building. I think also if you take a look at the plinth, I talked about the plinth a little while ago, that's taken directly from the clubhouse. There's a little brick plinth on the clubhouse, and we're taking that all the way across to our side of the building at its very same height. Now, it's a little deeper over there, so it gets deeper. But that also makes the building above it not appear to be more than 2 floors. And that's a scaling device in order to bring the scale of the building down so you don't have the extra height. So I guess my answer is, there are reasons and rationale to every decision that we make, and they're all made in terms of respect of the building, respecting scale, and to try to give you a building that 30 years from now, when somebody builds next to it, you're going to really grill them because it doesn't look like our building that we built today.
Can I ask you why in the drawings you have a red roof and then 2 green roofs? It looked like a creative way to break it up. Why in the,
okay.
Why in the drawing did you?
That's a good.
Obviously, you made an attempt once with a red roof and 2 green roofs, which kind of still does what you said. It breaks it up, and doesn't compete.
We actually have at those 2 areas that stick out. We intend to change the roof color there, so that you have let's say we have a gray roof. That we have a gray roof, and then for those pieces, we're actually going to change the material from a shingle roof to a metal roof, again, to try to bring, you don't want the whole roof to be all the same material. You want it broken up to bring the scale down. So very good observation. We are looking to change the color of the roof at those 2, I think there's actually 3 areas. One is the boardroom roof, one is the little turret at the corner, and the other is at the porte-cochere on the other side, on the north side, so that those areas are broken up, so you'll have a certain color broken up, and then another color coming around. So we still intend to do that.
And we haven't seen that, though, so, I mean, I think we kind of need to see
I
that.
think we have it on some of our other renderings. We may not have shown it tonight, but you noticed it, so you've seen it somewhere.
Well, it looks like you, at one time, were going to do a red roof and a green complements, and then you decided against it.
We did. That's a very,
Can you bring up the images?
What?
Could you bring up the things you showed us earlier and maybe?
yeah.
Yeah, sure. Can you bring them up?
Yeah.
She's asking to bring up
You
what
know,
I just mentioned.
Councilman Drum,
Thank you.
So we all know.
the green that you refer to is actually
Metal roof.
is actually metal, and it will basically represent a patina copper. It will not be copper, but it will be a metal roof that will age and have a patina copper look. And to your other question, yes, at first we did start to look at a red roof for some of the reasons that are being discussed tonight. And, you know, designs evolve. And the more we looked at it, the more we realized that perhaps it was not the right direction to go, so we changed it.
Judy wanted to see that picture, if someone could bring it up, but I don't know if they can.
But to make it doubly clear, that's a change, both with respect to surface and color of the roof and the lodge from what we've heard so far. This is something that's under consideration, I guess. Is that be the way to put that? But we haven't seen that until now or heard about that.
I actually think we presented it to
I think it's in the image.
I think we presented
I just
it.
think we all need to see it, so we all know what we're
Yeah,
seeing.
yeah, I agree with you, Judy.
Yeah.
I'm trying to.
Yeah. And to the materiality, I believe we did have a material board that we were required to submit to historic.
Yeah.
And so we have all the materials here somewhere for you to go look at and review them to get a better understanding of the colors and materials that we're proposing. And I think you'll see there it's not a contemporary building.
So you're saying that these changes to the roof, in your view, and in response to Kevin's question and others on our minds, that this changes the look of the building in such a way that the scale is more complementary?
The only thing that has changed, Mr. Mayor, is the color. No shape or form has changed. It's the color for the majority of the roof. At one time, we had looked at it and studied it as being red to match the clubhouse. And another time, we looked at it as gray so that it would match the Pageant Learning Center. That's the only thing that we're studying in terms of color right now. On both of those options, we're using metal roofs for those three areas that I just described, and that will continue to be the direction that we go. I hope I'm being clear. Somehow I feel like I'm not.
I think the pictures are coming up here.
Go to
It's the one from the sky, the
Yeah.
drawing.
yeah. Go to another one if you could, please. I guess I can't. Okay, I'll go to another one.
That was it.
Okay.
The one before it was the one I was talking about.
Not very light. This one does? I think the other one had it. Oh, I was on the drawing I wanted to be on. I was trying to use this thing, the pointer. Okay, so to your question, we talked about the scale having the manor house, the residential wing, and the USGA component, and that they step up as they move up towards the clubhouse. This element on the end will have a metal roof. The boardroom will have a metal roof. And then the color of the predominant roof is what we're studying, either red or gray. I feel it needs to be gray.
Yeah, and that's fine. I just thought the other picture showed it better, the one prior, the drawing.
Oh, maybe it does. It's just a little bit harder.
Drawing shows it better what I was trying to explain. I don't know where it is.
The site plan?
The drawing.
Okay, let me see if I can find it.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I think there it is. There it is. You have a common.
Okay, so you can see.
Combination green and red roof.
Okay, so you
But
can
if say gray and green.
Yeah. Basically, I think basically the point, Mr. Dunn, is that there's two colors. One color is the predominant roof. The other color is here, here, and here. So there's three different colors so that it breaks up the scale, to your point, Mr. Mayor, along those elevations. And you don't have a continuous color for the roof all the way along.
Well, my only point in the finish was anything we could do to soften the scale and disrupt the scale, I think would be welcome. You guys are so good at what you do. I mean, I know that you can. I think that's something that is being commented on. How can you soften the scale a little bit? And maybe this might even do it. The different color roofs. It could break it up enough to, but we haven't seen it. We haven't seen, only seen from, it's the only view we have of the multicolor roof. So I think it just explains why we just want to see more detail.
Of course.
It's obvious you're good at what you do. I mean.
That's kind of you.
So.
I understand your question.
And I just thought it was worth communicating that the public kind of wants to see a softening of that southern side. No one's talking about the entrance side. I mean, you've hit it, hit it out of the park on the front side. I mean, there's some talk about the Highway 5 side because it's unsure of, but I think it's only the southern exposure, and it's just worried about its dominance of the neighboring structure. And that concludes my comments, and thanks for you answering the question.
Thanks for the conversation.
Are there other comments and questions from council members on the architecture and scale? Jane, would you like to carry on? Oop.
All right.
I think it was me.
May we please see the picture that shows the south side of the proposed lodge next to the south side of the clubhouse? So it's all one big line of building. Not that one.
Yeah, and I'm going to try to. Nothing seems to be moving.
Technology.
Can you help? Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Other way?
It's that one there, yes. Uh-huh.
There we go.
There you go, yeah.
Okay. I also have heard. No.
No, she wants the one. She wants that one.
Yes. I also have heard many comments that the proposed lodge appears to overwhelm the clubhouse. And I tried to look at it and figure out, well, what is it about it that is creating that impression? And one of the things is that from the south, the lodge building is both taller than and lower than the clubhouse. So if you look at that lowest picture, which is colored so it's easier to see, you can see that the roof is higher and the bottom story is lower than the clubhouse. And that dynamic creates, I think, a lot of the sense of overwhelming mass. The lodge also presents a much more solid mass of building than the clubhouse does. The clubhouse has that great big break in the roof line, and the lodge does not. And the lodge's height piles up toward the clubhouse. The boardroom is the smallest, and then the guest room area is the next biggest, and then you have the tallest part right next to the clubhouse. And for the size of the buildings, there's not very much room between them. So they're close together. The biggest part of the lodge is right next to the clubhouse, and you have this dynamic of the lodge being both higher and lower. The lowest level of the lodge with the brick arcade appearance, looks to me like that building is lifted up on stilts from this picture. And so I do have questions about the appearance of mass and the discrepancy on the scale between the lodge and the clubhouse. That lodge building may only be 50 feet, except for the very eastern portion, above average grade on the north side of the building. But on the south side of the building, that's not the case. You've got only 2 stories on the north side of the building, but on the south side of the building, there's 3 stories. You have sort of like in a residence where you've got a walkout basement. And that's because the land drops away, and you've got an extra story, basement story as it were, down below. So from the south, it's not just a 50-foot building. Do you know, are you able to tell me what the roof height is? Not counting the turret now, but what would have been 50 feet on the north side from the south side, how, because there's no dimensions. There's no dimensions.
Right. And the reason that is because your guidelines that we follow indicate that that's the way you measure a building. You measure a building.
That's another question, but I'm just trying to ask you because this is the facade that will be presented to the public. It's the facade that's presented to people playing golf. It's the facade that's presented to people driving on Highway 5. And so, for all intents and purposes, if you're a human being with a belly button rattling around, it looks like the front. So
Yeah.
I just like to ask, what is that height?
Okay, I'm going to, it's probably what, 15 feet on the base? So 15 feet, but the average, if you can see that the average grade is not the bottom. So there's 2 different questions you're asking. You're asking how is it in relationship to the average grade, and then what is the actual height of that space from grade? And those are 2 clearly.
How tall is it?
Yeah. Let's see.
It's not 50 feet. It's not 51
No,
feet.
it's more than 50 feet as you would measure it from that side, from the grade.
Right.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
That's the appearance that you're seeing.
There's no question that has a taller appearance than on the north side of the building. I'm not questioning that at all. Yes, you're
So
right.
that's my question about mass. Is there a way to reduce that, the massiveness and the discrepancy in scale, the proximity of the 2 buildings, and the feeling that with this turret on the eastern end, it's overhanging and overwhelming the clubhouse?
Okay, a lot of adjectives.
Now, and I know you're going to respond, but just let me spit out a couple more things here. I do have a question about what's the front of the lodge for zoning purposes. And that brings me to, and I don't know if this is the right moment to ask, but if you can pull up the map from the very beginning of the presentation, where it shows, maybe it's on Darren's presentation, where it shows the outline of the parcel and the different zones that everything's in. Yeah. So in the bright red, we have the outline of the area that applicant is asking to rezone to hotel conditional district. And it extends west beyond a dark line, which is maybe part of the parcel that's colored turquoise just north of it. So is the westernmost portion of the area that you're looking to rezone to hotel conditional district part of what is now the OP district?
Architect question.
Yes, it is.
And is that a separate parcel from the large 68-acre parcel? Is that a different parcel?
It's a separate parcel, but they're all combined, the same ownership, common ownership.
But
And
they-
the zoning will
so-
apply to.
So does this application include the smaller parcel?
Yes, it does.
Are we sure about that?
All three parcels are included.
Are included?
All
Okay.
pins, all three pins are included in the application.
Okay. But they are indeed separate parcels.
That is correct.
And, all right. And then to the south of the parcel sought to be rezoned to hotel conditional district. Again, on the west side of the large parent tract, there's a little small rectangular parcel.
That's correct.
And that's a well site?
No?
That's what it's described on the Moore County tax records.
Don't believe that's a well site. It used to be a well site. But
This, but as we understand it, at one time it was part of the county's well plan. They abandoned that site. There was never a well there. They never developed a well there, and at some point in time, the resort purchased that property from the county. Right.
Okay. And do we have all of the different deeded owners as part of our application?
yes, yes, all the different landowners are part of the application.
Meaning, Bob?
They're all common, but they are different LLCs, yes.
Because there's several names
That's
involved in these different parcels, which is what Jane's getting to. And we just want to make sure that it's all covered with respect to the transaction. There's not another piece of land out there that isn't involved for some reason. It should be.
Yeah, they're all included in the application.
Okay.
Yes.
So whether it's resort or Resorts of Pinehurst or LLC, whatever, they're all the
That's
same.
correct.
Okay.
So, all right, so is this the time to speak about lighting?
No.
Oh, we're talking about
Yeah,
architecture.
let's keep on the architecture and scales issue.
So those are my concerns about the height, mass, and scale.
Other questions from council on the architecture and scale topic? Do I hear any? I'll address a couple. I think as Kevin was saying, and Jane, the issue of scale and architecture is, how it relates to the clubhouse. And is the building going to dominate the clubhouse? And in fact, it seems, given the layout and the look of this building from Highway 5, again, all the concern seems to be from Highway 5, that you don't even see the clubhouse any longer, which is that one of those iconic views of coming into Pinehurst, being part of the golf community, being part of the residential community, and all of a sudden we have this new structure, which is a very different design than the clubhouse and most of the residential areas around it. And you've heard the phrase, I'm sure, and you're working this, and I'll grin a little bit, but it's just what people have in their minds. It's when you look at this building from Highway 5, you're not sure if you're looking at the side of the cruise ship or if you're looking at a hotel or whatever it is. So I don't subscribe to the use of the cruise ship word as something that is a negative, but the point is it's the way it kind of appears, as has been stated before. So that's the question. And is there anything that could be done to soften that, to make it more in synchronization? Is there anything that could be done to add some more arches in there other than the lower level? How would you soften that look if you were able to?
That's certainly something we would have to study. I mean, other than looking at, we think we have. We think we have softened it. And I think as you start to evolve this design and we get into color and material and we start to detail it so that you can feel the scale, we believe it's appropriate. We believe it's a good scale. We believe it's a soft scale. Or we wouldn't be sitting here because, and putting it in front of you, because we will be forever tied to this building, much as you will. And our professional reputation goes on it just as much as yours does. That being said, yes, we will. We will certainly study it. We will certainly look and see if there's some things we can do that might, we'll use the word soften it, and perhaps make it somehow more acceptable to people as they start to see it being developed.
And I have to say, I've learned a lot from this discussion tonight in your initial presentation about what you've done and how it was designed. So I'm more appreciative of that sitting here than I might have been a couple hours ago. But I do think that there might be a way to soften it. Now, maybe it has to do with a point that hasn't come out so much yet, but you talk in terms of the shadows of the building that will evolve during the course of a day, 365 days a year.
Yeah.
And also, I think there's an issue that may help, that the building is turned a little bit at the east end and at the west end, is it not? And are there other junctures like that in the building that we don't sort of see in this non-dimensional, three-dimensional drawing?
I think they're there because balconies don't, certain balconies don't extend and they give the feeling of they're kind of smaller. The building does have that turn into it. The architectural elements aren't flat. They're octagons and there's a lot of variety in that elevation. When you look at that elevation, it's real easy to go, well, it looks like it's the same from one end to the other, but it's actually enormously rich in the amount of changes and moves that we're making architecturally in order to try to break down that scale. The depth of those balconies, for example, they're in the 12-foot range. So the glass is back 12 feet. So some of the glass that you see on that building, I mean, you're going to see it differently at different times of the day, and it's very similar in a lot of ways to the clubhouse, for example. If you walk around, we did some measuring today, and if you walk around on the east side of the clubhouse and you measure the glass to the solid areas, there's more glass to solid than there is on our building.
Glass to solid, that's an interesting ratio. Have to look at that, yeah.
So there's actually more glass to solid on that side of the clubhouse than there is on the south elevation. And not only that, but at that building as well, it's pushed back because you have the arcade. So the glass is back behind the arcade. We're doing the same thing here on all three floors. So that relationship, that spatial relationship that exists at the clubhouse, we're borrowing that in a different way. We're using that to achieve the same architectural goal that they did by having that. And that is to give depth, shadow, and texture on those elevations. So we borrowed that from the clubhouse. Those are the kind of things I'm saying that we study and that we're using. So it is influencing us in ways that aren't as obvious.
Okay. I guess the other point I'd make on this is, again, if you look at the clubhouse, to my eye and to others, I guess, it's very much verticals and arches. When you look at this structure, it's all horizontal. And that's another reason I think that it sort of stands out, again, from the south side. And I don't know how you might be able to soften that if it's possible, but...
Would you mind saying that again? Would you mind saying that again so I can...
If you look at the clubhouse from the south side and really all around,
right,
what you see is arches and vertical columns, okay?
Right.
If you look at this building, for the most part, because you've got a lot of things built in there, you see a lot of horizontal, east to west, and a certain amount of vertical going up to the turrets. But it's a different look. It's verticals versus horizontals.
Right.
I guess someone might say it's like mixing your checks and plaids, which is not to be done.
Oh my
right?
goodness.
So anyway, but anyway, I think that's the reason, the horizontals and the length of the building that make it look, as it does from the south, a lot more massive than maybe you feel that it is. But
Okay.
those are things that I'm looking at.
And I've taken notes, and I think they're fair comments that
Okay.
we'll study.
I just wanted to say what he said. I had about 10 comments, and you cut mine to 3 because you answered 7 of them in your presentation. So, I mean, I just want to, I do think I understand a lot more after your presentation as well. I just want to.
I see, I'm not seeing any other questions from council on this topic, correct? On the scale and architecture?
I do have one question.
Judy?
Just to confirm, I think the plinth concept helps you bring these into a different kind of perspective, so I like that. But what level are we at in that bottom story, that bottom floor there? Are we at the same level as the cart path, or are we still elevated above the cart path?
Yeah, it's, where are we in relationship with
Good question.
In the grading, it's roughly the same level as the cart path, the lower level. There's a slight grade. I'm sorry, John.
For the video.
Right. The building itself is roughly at the same level. The bottom row is roughly at the same level as the cart path. If you're sloping down from the clubhouse down past the turret, the grade is sloping there. It's sloping down to that lower level, and it slopes pretty hard. So it will go down to that lower level, but it's roughly at that. It's roughly at that lower level.
Okay. Rough summary from my point of view, and this is where I think our staff is making a few notes, and if they weren't, they now will, because I just talked about it. I think we have a couple issues of how the roof coloring may be changing and the copper issue, or just the idea of that, to make sure we're all comfortable with that going forward. There's a question from us and also from the audience a bit about the height of the building, if there's anything that might be changed on that, and then how do you soften the south side, if possible at all. And I think those are sort of the 3 key points that the council will be taking back to discuss in detail and talking to you all about. Having said that, I think we should move on to the next topic area, which would be the parking issue. And it really gets into the whole issue of land use, okay? And how the property will be used, how the building will be used, and what the impact on parking and traffic flow. And with that in mind, Jane Hogeman's going to ask the first questions on that, and again, council can come in after that point. Jane?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to start by saying that what I'm trying to do is get to something that's feasible. That's what I'm trying to get to. And I'm not able to get there yet with any kind of comfort level. And I think we heard tonight members of the public struggling to try and figure out how many parking spaces you really need to have here. I tried to go through the exercise myself and really didn't get very far. And that's what I'm trying to do, is make sure that before we launch something like this, that we're going to be able to have in 10 or 15 years a building that provides convenient access to the people who use it and enough parking for everybody so that they have a very pleasant experience when they visit, and it's not, a pain in the neck. That's what I am trying to chase down here. So let me start by saying that I think to a large extent, understanding the parking need depends on understanding the use of these different buildings. And the great big hole in the donut for me, where there is no information, is the convention facilities that are going to be used. And I heard this evening the traffic consultants say that they were basing their traffic study on the number of hotel rooms, because the only people using the convention facilities would be lodge guests. Well, there's 34 lodge guest rooms, and at least 240, those are your numbers, people can fit in the convention spaces. There's not going to be 240 people sleeping in those lodge bedrooms. That's not going to happen. So there's going to be extra people coming on the site. And we haven't heard, really, where did you get the 240 from? What are all these different spaces in the building going to be used for? I tried to go floor by floor and ask, what are the different spaces in the building to be used for? There's one floor, I forget which one it is, or what the name of it is, that it's not the top floor, but it's maybe the next one down, that has guest rooms on the south side, but then on the north side, there are a whole bunch of rooms that are colored gray, and they're not labeled. And are those going to be guest rooms? Are those more meeting rooms? What are those? What's in the basement? Is that basement going to be built as a great big unfinished basement and just a little bit of service area, a small corner of it actually built out now, but the rest of the space available to be built out later? Or is the basement only going to be that very small area that's actually dug out of the ground, and the rest of it isn't a basement at all, it's just dirt? I see in the materials it says that there's not going to be a restaurant in the building or a kitchen. Well, 240 people and all those people in the guest rooms, they're going to want to eat something. Where are they going to eat? There isn't enough information provided to be able to understand how many people are going to be on this site. Now, there's the U.S. Opens that come once every 5 years or so, and those are in a class by themselves. Take those off the table. I'm not talking about that. But currently, on this campus, there's the clubhouse and the golf and the tennis and the swimming pool, but there are also events. There was the Mother's Day lunch, for example, that I got to go to, and very nice it was. But there was a happening while we were in there having our lunch and enjoying it. We came out, and somebody had sideswiped. There were some cars parked right along the road itself, the loop that right below the clubhouse, and somebody had sideswiped one of them because it's very near. So there was obviously a parking situation. When we arrived at the building, we went around that southern loop, and by the bag drop-off area, there was a bus waiting to, and so everybody had to creep by, and then whoever was at the front of the line would pull out without looking, and, I mean, there are pinch points all the way around. What I would really ask you for, and I could sit here until midnight asking specific questions, but I don't think that's the best use of everybody's time. What I am looking for is a true study of the uses of the building, so that all these buildings, because this campus is all going to be used together. In your narrative, Mr. Koontz, you say that the lodge will share the amenities and the parking with the other facilities on the site, okay? And we've heard that refrain several times tonight. It's all going to be one big campus. So I want to understand for the whole campus, what are the parking needs going to be based on what are the real, honest-to-gosh usages of these buildings going to be, what are the parking resources that we have, what other parking resources are we going to need. So we've got the setting aside the lodge. And if I were doing this myself, I would have a big piece of shirt cardboard with a bunch of rows and columns, okay, going across and fill in all the little numbers so that you could see what it is. But basically, there's four or five things. Setting aside the lodge, I'd like to quantify how the existing parking needs for our existing club facilities fluctuate over the course of a year, because spring and fall are going to be different from the winter and so forth, over the course of a week and a day. And how are they affected by special events? And there's all kinds of special events that happen at the club. And I'm not talking about the US Open. What are the existing parking resources that we have now, and how are they used? Second of all, setting aside the lodge, is the number of resort visitors and the number of special events expected to increase on account of the USGA's presence here? And what will increased parking needs be? I mean, maybe what we're looking at, what is the capacity of the campus, you know, how many people could get on there before you run out of room? Will there be increased valet parking? Where would it go? Would it reduce member self-parking? And would it be stacked? I'd like to quantify the usage of the lodge, not just the hotel rooms, but the convention and hospitality space, and describe the parking needs for these uses. Will the lodge host conventions and special events, such as weddings, in addition to golf tournaments? Who will be able to use the bar, the fitness center, the locker room, the boardroom, and other amenities? Because this means bringing other people onto the site. And those people have got to park somewhere. When you're talking about off-site parking, that sounds great at first flush, but what it means is a couple things. One is that you then are going to have more traffic going back with the vans, going back and forth, than if you were able to accommodate all the parking on this site itself. Second of all, if you've got off-site parking, then we've got to look at those off-site parking areas as well. Are those spaces currently used for somebody else? Is there going to be a ripple effect where those spaces, or people who are now parking in those spaces, are displaced somewhere else? So at one point in the presentation this evening, we were talking about more parking spaces being built around the Carolina Hotel, which is a wonderful thing. But are those supposed to be to help alleviate parking needs for the Carolina itself? And if they get used for overflow from this campus, does that mean that the Carolina then will be deprived of having additional parking? Because when people aren't able to park at the Carolina hotels, they sometimes park on residential streets. So that can be an issue. So if we're going to be using off-site spaces to park, then we have to go and consider those spaces as well. And then the vans and employee parking and special event overflow parking that's now located in the northwest corner of the campus where the USGA project will be located. Can you help us quantify it? Where is that going to go? And you talked about some ideas. Will it displace other existing parking if it goes somewhere else? And what will happen to those people? If we're going to increase shuttle traffic back and forth to this campus, where will vans wait at the club? Where will they wait? Because the main drive that comes down from the small traffic circle on Cherokee and goes south through the club isn't a road, it's a driveway, and it's narrow. And there are pinch points along it now. I'd like to understand better for the lodge. I see that there is that circular driveway that comes underneath the porte cochere, but then in the members' lot, immediately to the north of the lodge building, it's showing a drop-off area and some kind of a sidewalk through there. And so is that part of the members' parking area, or is that part of the lodge reception? That area in there. I'd like to understand that better. For traffic circulation on site, how will lodge guests who are arriving by private car be directed to park? Will they have to, if they come in to the porte cochere and drop off their suitcases, do they then go back past the bag drop and around and up through the loop again to get back to the members' parking area? Or how does that work? It looks like there's going to be 3 new curb cuts for the USGA project on the main club driveway, because they also are going to have a little circular inlet. And there's going to be an exit for their parking lot as well. And then presumably someone who's at the club, who wants to visit the USGA buildings, would drive north on the club driveway and then cut across. So there would be cross traffic and then 3 new driveway curb cuts as well around there. So I'd be interested to hear the traffic circulation for that. Off-site traffic circulation, what is the amount of shuttle traffic on Carolina Vista and surrounding roads? What's the capacity of that small traffic circle? And in addition to level of service at Highway 5 and Cherokee, how about Highway 5 and Morganton? And then Highway 5 on the intersections between Cherokee and 211. Will those be impacted by these changes, especially if there are off-site parking, remote parking that requires shuttle services? And finally, when can we expect the TIA report? Thank you. Sorry it takes so long.
I think you're all taking good notes, and there's a lot of particular points in there. Why don't you respond as you see fit to the key issues that Jane was talking about as you have them, Adam?
Bob Neal, will you stand up back here just in case? Good evening. I'm going to try and go back to the very beginning, so if I don't get them in order, sorry.
That's good, Dick. Yeah, I think the whole issue of the matrix of parking and how that works, that's the, yeah.
I'm going to avoid parking a little bit. I'm going to talk about the building, and I'm going to talk about uses of the building.
Perfect.
Okay. First off, as we said in P&Z, the general intent of the facilities in that building is to support that building. Now, as we discussed the other day, there's been a lot of discussion about the USGA flex spaces and weddings and things like that. Now, I am not trying to diminish this space. I want to stress that. It's going to be a very nice space. But it is going to be a standard-sized meeting room with the only windows over a parking lot. It is not going to compare in any way, shape, or form to the existing facilities that are already on this club. And so it is simply that, a meeting room to support those guests or those meetings being housed in that space. There really is no secret or hidden agenda to that because the space doesn't support it. There is no kitchen in the building. It is by design that it is going to be without kitchen because we do not want to necessarily attract some of those uses in this space because, as Bob described earlier, we want it to be a private space. We do not necessarily want it to be a public space.
Is it an office?
What?
Is it meant to be an office?
No. It's not meant to be, it's meant to be a private space for the use of the guests of the hotel, not a public space to be open to the public to be walking through and using the meeting room.
So why are we talking about 240 people there?
I'm going to go look at where we got 240 people because we're talking about 180 people for the U.S. Open facility. So I'm going to go back and track down that number. So
we need to have this laid out because, you know.
But I want to stress, that does not necessarily mean I'm building it, I shouldn't say I'm building it. We're building it for a purpose. And one of those purposes is the USGA. Okay? That's its major use in our plan. We have much nicer spaces at the Members Club, St. Andrew's Room, Donald Ross Grill. This is simply meeting space, and that's all it is in our view, and it's going to be used to support those guests. Now, when we talk about those guests, you're talking like maybe it's only the 34 people or, you know, technically 68, I guess, if people are doubling up, that could be in this space. But the simple fact is, it is possible that some of that meeting will be housed in the Carolina Hotel and be bussed over as well. So don't get caught in, when I say that, just to those 34 people. I mean, it is still a common hotel establishment, and people do move from the Holly to the Carolina to attend a meeting. They do move from the Holly to the Manor to have a drink. These are common buildings, but it is meant to be used for the guests of the hotel, and it is not going to be outside convention space, to answer your question. The same thing for the bar. The basic design of the bar is to service those guests who are in the lodge and their guests. It is not currently intended to be a public bar. Now, I think we have to finalize that for you. I mean, I agree with that. I surely do understand the question, and I'm not trying to avoid it. But it is, as designed, meant to be a bar for the use of the people in that lodge, staying in that lodge, and their guests. There's been some conversation about the other areas of the turret. We'll call it the turret, which is obviously the bar is the upper level. And I think someone said that they saw 240 people up there as well. And I want to stress that bar is, I think, set for, Bob, 70? The bar? 70 people? 70 people? Yeah, I actually think it's below 70 people. So the bar is a relatively small bar. It is more on the scale of the Manor Bar than it is some huge establishment that is meant to be attracting hordes of people from the outside. The space below it is a guest room. That's all it is. It is a guest room. It is not a meeting space. It is not meant to be used for anything other than a sleeping space that happens to have a nice outside veranda as part of that facility. But that outside veranda is for the use of the guests staying there, in that room, not for outside guests.
What will the locker room of 190 lockers be used for outside of the USGA, the US Opens?
Do you mind if I go to one of your previous questions first? The gray areas. Let's talk a little bit about the gray areas. The gray areas are gray because they haven't been drawn out for specific elements, but they're service areas. They are, as Kevin will tell you, those necessary areas that our operators tell us they need to store things, to move things, to hold linen, to move linen, to hold dirty linen, and all those things that we call back-of-house areas. Those are all back-of-house areas and cannot be converted to guest rooms because they have no access to the outside. There's no windows. There's no other space to them. So that is simply grayed out to represent that that is back-of-house area, and it really cannot be used for anything. Anything might be a broad word, but really can't be used for any type of public use outside of that.
Your representative said it great. The guests go left and the food goes right.
Right.
You know, in other words, they don't pass each other in the hallway. I thought that was a great analogy. I thought it was very impressive how you did the service area.
And on the upper level, the gray area is exactly that as well, because we have to have areas to store liquor, we have to have areas to store other things at the bar area. So I think there's a gray area up on the upper level as well, which I think you might have been referring to as well. But those are all back-of-the-house spaces and really cannot be used for anything else.
I would be very appreciative of having a much more specific breakout of numbers of people who will be on the site, because it's a 64,000 square foot building. And what I'm hearing tonight is it's just going to be the 68 people in the guest rooms and a bartender. So I'd like to.
That's simplifying it a little bit.
Well, it is simplifying it, but this is where I've got the disconnect, and I want to understand it in a way that it sort of makes sense so that I can understand the practicalities. And the reason for it is so that we can get to a practical number of needed parking spaces, which I don't feel I have any handle on now. And that's what I heard at the Planning and Zoning Board when I watched that on, live streaming, was the members of the Planning and Zoning Board going, we don't know how to understand the parking either. Well, I want to get to a point where I do understand the parking.
I want to make sure when we get to the point where understanding the parking, we're hearing numbers from people who know, not necessarily people who have derived those numbers from looking at something else. That's the one thing I'll throw out there. Lastly, you asked about the locker room. I mean, the locker room is being built for the USGA. Let's be clear about that. It is sized completely based on what the USGA has requested for us. It is set up in a way that can be used as a dual locker room, meaning it can be dual sex if necessary, but it can also be used as a common locker room for events like the USGA, which requires somewhere between 190 and 209, I think, is the number lockers. That's what they have requested for the use for the USGA. to be honest, we're still working on exactly what that locker room will be in the future, because it is not, I'm waiting for my boss to stare at me at times, but it is not in the perfect location based on where it has to be in the building to be used for corporate uses elsewhere, because it is as far away from staging as it can get. Now, we're not representing that this thing's going to be mothballed and only used every 5 years. We're not that naive, and neither are you all. But there really isn't any great everyday use that that locker room has outside of supporting the mission of part of the lodge, which is to support the USGA. And we will use it where in-house guests and players who are already on the courses and are already accounted for in the parking where we can. We're not going to deny that. But I'm not sure the locker room by itself creates any more parking other than the parking that's accounted for in the T's and greens that you currently use to calculate parking. Do I have that correct? T's and greens, right?
Understand what I'm asking.
Right.
And we don't necessarily have to sit here.
No,
tonight
and I know, we're not
filing.
going to go through all these tonight, yeah.
But I would like a much more detailed and comprehensive breakout so that we make sure that we're able to provide enough parking so that in 10 or 15 years, everybody's got a pleasant, experience when they come to the site, whether they're a member or a visitor or a guest. That's what I'm trying to get to. And I appreciate your help on it.
Right.
Yeah, and, Jane, I think, and Dick, I think the the issue is kind of, we're all trying, and with our planning staff and your guys, to add up the bits and pieces, the pluses and the minuses, which you've taken us through a little bit earlier tonight, and that was helpful. But then understand, and you've talked about it now, the usage of the building and how that affects parking that we haven't thought about just yet. So I think we're moving along that checklist, but we're not all quite there yet. And I think with good thinking, we'll get there.
Now, the one question is, obviously, if we're going to answer all the questions tonight, we'll be here until, past dinner time. So, I mean, obviously, some of these you're going to expect us to come back to you with. I do think Adam has a couple more responses on a couple of very specific things. But then for the rest of Jane's questions, we'll come back.
Yeah, and
with written
I think we understand, too, that there are certain decisions on the layout of the site or what facilities might get moved or not that affect this direct question. So we may not quite get to the specific answer ever, but we want to have in mind the impact of this event happening, this facility moving or not, on the whole site and how the parking gets derived from that.
And I'm going to go off topic for 1 minute, so I don't get assaulted by any of the very valuable tennis members we have at the club. I do know earlier it was said when we eliminate tennis courts. Eliminate was not the right word. I want to stress that. Our intent would be to relocate the tennis facility based on the recommendations of the consultants that are already on campus and have already visited the sites and will be on campus again next week. We're looking at their recommendations as to whether that is the best location for the club or whether it should be relocated. And as that leads to parking, that is the major factor that is going to determine whether we think surface parking or deck parking is the best answer. And really, this is not some secretive mission. I think we've been honest with everybody that this is what is happening. That is the driver to us as to how parking will be answered. And if we can build a wonderful tennis center somewhere else on our property, I think that's great for membership, and I think it will really improve our ability to park people on that campus. So I just want to make sure everybody understands we're not eliminating all the tennis courts.
This is such an important project for Pinehurst and for the resort and for the club. And there are so many moving parts and so many alternatives that need to be explored. And I think what I've seen is a growth in understanding of the different needs as the application has moved along. I think I've learned a lot over a period of time, and I'm seeing some nodding heads that's the case with council members as well, as people are learning about it and what it's going to take to, put all the pieces out on the dining room table and put them back in a way that we really want them to go. And as I say that, I do think it is enormously important that we know what we're going for the final overall product. And we have a good, solid plan that we believe is going to be workable, practical, and feasible before we try and make a decision on this. I think we need to understand how this is all going to work in order to be able to get it right the first time.
Adam, you want to?
Adam, did you have some follow-up that you wrote down?
Yeah, thank you for those comments. Those were, yeah, I've got multi-pages worth of notes for us to go back to. Thank you. So I did want to clarify how we approached the parking for the lodge. And Dick did a great job of explaining, at least initially, the different uses and what would generate parking and what might not generate parking. So we did account for the guest rooms and the meeting space, both when we looked at it through the PDO lens, as well as through the Urban Land Institute lens. So we did account for both of those. And knowing the complexity of trying to apply the PDO to this campus with so many different users, the impacts of shuttles, the impacts of shared parking, that's a heavy lift. That's a heavy, it's a challenging task to go try to resolve. And so in an effort to simplify the situation, we had proposed to add parking to serve the new demand. And that's where the 85, it replaces anything lost, plus adds for the new demand on site. So it effectively follows the PDO ordinance, which says that we are to supply parking for new demand on site. So that was the approach that was taken, and decoupled it from some of the existing parking due to all the intricacies of interactions of shuttles and shared parking.
Thank you.
And on the traffic analysis, traffic report, that's something that is yet to come. And I'm sorry, did you give any kind of date earlier that I may have missed, or are we not on that?
I guess I'd leave that up to y'all. We have a draft of it that's the team is reviewing, but we can really submit that at any time.
We'll await that. Good.
What was the answer?
There's a draft of the report that's in the hands of the applicant, or will be soon, so it's in their court. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
I just do want to clarify too that traffic impact analysis is not a requirement of the application. Trip generation analysis is actually what's required by the application, which was provided for this site and the other site. So the traffic impact analysis itself, because of the traffic generated by this development and the USGA, a full traffic impact analysis is not required by a PDO standard. So
I think that's probably a change to the PDO that we'll be working to. I think that sort of impact analysis, as you well know, Mr. Cruz, that traffic impact analysis and having access to that, not just for this transaction, but for everything else that's going on around Pinehurst these days, that is key to the things that the council and the planning board are concerned with. The impact of these sort of changes, and you've heard it from the residents tonight. There couldn't be another more important report potentially than that, among others. So
I understand. I drive
that's
here
really
every day.
key here. All right. Are there other questions from council with respect to the sort of parking and building use?
Can I
Dick, any-
answer one more question?
Yeah,
that
you may,
Jane-
and I'm going to have one back to you too, so go
Okay.
ahead, Mr. Higginbotham.
Jane, you had asked about shuttle parking and whether it was going to be new or replacing use from somewhere else. The current plan to move the shuttles off campus to the area around the existing greenhouse would be completely new parking. There is no parking there now. There is no parking use there now. So this would be relocating those off campus, including the required driver parking to pick up their shuttles, would all be moved off campus to some place that is not currently used in any type of parking analysis. It is all new. So, wanted to throw that out there. And it is represented on one of the earlier maps that was up there, which is the yellow area at the very bottom of the screen, I think that Adam went over. Right there. The triangle at the bottom.
Mr. Higginbotham, earlier tonight, you were one of the other presenters on parking, talked about, types of parking alternatives that you're considering now or into the future. Is there anything further you'd like to comment on with respect to that tonight? The location or type of parking, surface parking, level, two-level parking, anything on that you have information about you'd like to pass on further?
I'm trying to see if I've missed something. Not that I'm aware of. Again, we've shown you the ideas behind the dual parking levels, which we think are certainly attractive. They have certain attractiveness even during championship period of times. But we do prefer, if we could, surface parking. We just think that's simply easier to accommodate and easier for guests, and especially in the space available, easier for members to access. So that's our preferred. We are very excited about what we're doing with the Carolina. And with the numbers you heard with the 80 is not including the other space that Adam outlined, which would be in addition to that 80.
Excited about that.
And so, and again, those are things that we can work with the village on relative to that space as well. So,
Thank you.
we have agreed, as part of our incentive agreement, to work with you all closely on parking, and we're trying to, as openly as we can, work with the staff and work with our professional staff to make that happen.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
And I think the Carolina parking information is particularly helpful as it relieves traffic impact and parking requirements just for the Carolina Hotel, unrelated to this for the most part, I think. So that's an important part of that equation. Thank you for that.
Fully appreciate that it doesn't include that space that is being investigated.
Oh.
And
Yes, it does not include that space yet.
I would say one thing, though. I mean, we're using a reduction of the PDO requirement for the lodge, but on the subtraction, we're using the PDO requirement. So we're using the PDO requirement on the subtraction of spaces, but not the PDO requirement on the required. But you know what I'm trying to say? I see a little.
No, I wanted to throw this out because this question came up earlier,
Yeah.
and in fact, I asked our professional staff,
Yeah.
our staff, not yours,
Yeah.
to go look at this, because I thought that coming out of P&Z was language that said it was actually had to be agreed to by staff, your staff, not mine.
Yeah.
And I think that language was not there, so that it wasn't straight PDO requirements for subtraction. It was PDO and then approved by staff as being reasonable. And I want to stress in that, because it was on the screen, but it really was not made clear. We fully understand that for everything that says we subtract if we take away, the opposite holds true. If we add rooms, going back to
Right.
to
Well,
that,
I understand.
to that comment, we understand we have to add parking as well. That is, it's a two-way street. And
Yeah,
that's clearly understood.
my only goal in parking is not to make it worse and to make it better. I mean, I have a simple goal, and that's what I think I'm hearing from the public. And I think you're trying to help us get there, but I'm just saying, if you moved the tennis court maybe we could keep the parking because we need it, instead of taking it away. That's what I'm trying to say.
And we'll certainly take a look.
Yeah, that's all, because if we're going to use a reduction, which I accept the B and Z's number, the reduction, I just don't feel like then the PDO, but we'll use the PDO for the reduction of spaces. It just seems.
So anything else from the applicant then on these traffic-related questions? You've responded? Sorry?
Parking or traffic?
It's all together.
Parking.
Just something I'd like to say, please.
Yeah, because.
Okay, it won't take long. I made really good notes from the P&Z, and Tom, some things you said that I really appreciated was that, that you would listen, the resort would listen, and intend to be a part of the solution. And then later, you reiterated their commitment to be a part of the solution in addressing the concerns of the village, Pinehurst residents, and members of Pinehurst Country Club, which I believe you're sincere about that. Also in P&Z, I heard several times there are multiple studies underway, which it sounds like tonight there's still, nothing's cast in concrete. But Kirk Atkins raised some really, he's got some concerns about parking. And has that been available to planning and to the resort to look at Kirk's specific concerns about parking? I mean, I think it's important to address these concerns because he's apparently done a lot of homework. So I want him to be comfortable that his concerns are being addressed. And then in terms of long-term parking, y'all mentioned West Pinehurst Park, which is fine, but I hope that if you use that as an alternative, that you'll consider the use of that park right now and not displace any of the current use of West Pinehurst Park.
That was accurate. That
Yeah,
was
they
about
mentioned West
construction. That was about construction. That was
Yeah, I've got
construction.
construction parking and long-term parking. And the long-term parking, I'm relying on what Tom said several times in P&Z about they're willing to work with the community, and I believe that. And I think from what Bob is saying, what you guys are saying, you really are trying to get a handle on this. The good news is, maybe not such good news, but, they don't have to do that parking until after the U.S. Open, and we've got some time to work this out. But when we finally come up with construction.
We heard it. Go ahead, Lydia. Go ahead.
But anyway, I hope that as this evolves and we work with you guys and we work with the studies and we work with the tennis and we work with, Jules Latham said several times, let's make sure we consider future needs. Let's don't build for right this minute. Let's make sure we consider, maybe future needs is something that needs to be taken into account. But whatever we come up with, working together, working with the community, working with us, working with planning, that we come up with a parking solution that we say once and for all, we got this right. And I think Jane's, let's get this right, all working together, and I think we can. I don't think it's a magic number. I think it's a number that we can work toward. That's all I want to say.
Ron, I just would like to give you a chance to talk about why you're asking to delay parking until after 2024.
Well, first off, we agree that the need develops after 24. I mean, there is no lodge until months before the event, and so the demand would be obviously very minimal. But second of all, as we sit here and hone in on the disruption that the construction of two buildings will cause, I will tell you that the disruption of building two buildings and eliminating all the parking that's currently on the campus at the same time will really result in a mess in the village. Because if you're building that facility as we have designed it, you are eliminating the vast majority of parking on that campus in order to build that facility. So we have construction traffic related to the USGA building. We have construction traffic related to our building, and then we have construction traffic related to the dual parking, and we would virtually eliminate 281 spaces while doing it. And we just don't think that's reasonable in the time frame. I do want to stress that we have offered, and I'm not trying to make a big deal out of we offering, but we're perfectly willing to have this signed under a developer's agreement, which we've specified, which does put penalties on us, just like it would any other developer, if the process isn't completed timely. So we understand its importance, but we also understand that to do the parking now would cause far more heartache than to wait.
Just, the only thing I would say is, I guess subterranean.
Microphone.
Subterranean's off the table, I guess, because that is so disruptive that you're going to be digging pretty deep to build the lodge. I was just saying, I guess subterranean parking is probably off the table.
Well, first off, going back to Lydia's comment earlier, we have not gotten a copy of Kurt's email. So what we heard today was the first time we heard it. And I know you were talking to Tom, so I know they've had conversations, but we have not seen it.
Okay.
And I'm not going to say that subterranean parking's off the limits, off the list. I am going to say it's frightfully expensive, far more expensive than any other choice that's being considered, and the economics of the project still have to be considered, and especially at 351, I think is the number that was used, subterranean spaces, is a pretty massive undertaking.
Yeah, the only reason I brought it up is I thought, if you're going to do it, it's during the construction phase, and I understand what you're saying, but I just thought it was important.
But I want to
say it now, not later.
Right, but I want to stress, it's not off the table yet, and we have not seen, in fairness, his email or an outside hearing it today. I have not at least heard, I'm not sure, I can't speak for the staff, but I have not seen
But it
his.
can be made available, correct?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I'll give you a copy of it. All right, Judy, was there another point on that or a follow-up question from you?
I think we all need to hear about the logistics of the constructing two buildings.
Yeah, I'm going to
It's
get to
being-
that now. Thought we get to that now. And my notes from this part of the discussion on parking and related issues are that we're still looking for the number of spaces and the best solutions to provide those spaces, including dates for certain things to happen or certain types of construction to be done. So moving from there, we'll go on to a third point, which is management of the construction process. We've heard quite a bit of that tonight, and very helpful again, picking up from the planning board. But between Lydia and myself and the other board members, we have a few points on that. I think, Lydia, would you like to carry on with that then?
Yes, I would, John. One thing I heard in P&Z and heard tonight that I really want to hear more of, and you called it. I'm sorry.
To the microphone,
Oh,
Lydia.
I'm sorry. We
Lower
heard
it.
about the good neighbor, how you were going to get the neighbors involved. I'd like to hear more about that because we do hear a lot from the neighbors along Carolina Vista and Shaw Road about traffic. So I'm sorry they've left because these are the ones that were most concerned about it. But could you explain how that works, how the neighbors are involved to assure that their life is not disrupted by construction traffic?
Yeah, definitely. The Good Neighbor program it's kind of like our logistics plan rolled out to the local people that live adjacent to the projects. What we typically do is, as we approach the construction date, we will set up a neighborhood meeting. We'll post it publicly. We'll set up a time where they can come to our conference room or a set up space at the resort, and we'll present our construction plan basically to the neighborhood. We'll lay out the schedule, how many people we anticipate being on site throughout the project schedule, the ebbs and the flows of that, the peak manpower that ends up on site, when that will be, when you're going to see steel, when you're going to see the building start to take shape. We really get into the details of the project. At the same time, we lay out how we're getting the materials to the project, how we're getting the people to the project. And we also provide a way for them to get updates from us during the entire length of the project. So it's not we just do this one time and then we walk away. Construction projects change, schedules change, lots of things occur. Our job is to keep everybody as informed as possible. No surprises is my ultimate goal. Everything that goes on out there, I want everyone to know about it well in advance. It needs to be planned out and discussed, and keeping everybody informed. When some of the bigger things that are going to occur on that site, and it's going to be temporary, but bringing a crane on site, we definitely want everyone to know when that's going to arrive on site, what that's going to look like, how long is that going to be there. If we park a train car there to unload any of the materials, same kind of concept, just, what is that going to look like? How's that going to go? And then as we approach our peak manpower again, this is the time where we're going to have 200 folks, arriving at this site daily to build these projects. Where do they eat lunch at? where do they go on their breaks, things like that, that we control and make sure that they stay inside of our site. But we want everyone to know and be aware that if that's not going on, who are you going to call from our team? Who's responsible? We'll have cell numbers posted for everyone to have available. So if someone is parking in your neighborhood, or if someone is, disrupting it, we want to be your first call. We're here to work with the community and the neighborhood to not be seen and not be heard if possible. That's our ultimate goal. But it's really just it's a constant communication, and we'll also set up a project website that's ultimately always available. We typically have webcams on there. We'll post pictures. And again, it just kind of has the updates of what's going on that project.
Now, this sounds like a process or procedure you used before, you've developed over time, and it's become successful.
Yes, ma'am, that's
Okay.
correct.
Okay. No, thanks a lot, because this means a lot to them from what we're hearing.
I understand. I'll also add that, when we, the contractors that'll be selected for this, as a firm, we pre-qualify all of them financially, and safety. All the employees are safety trained. We have every employee that walks on that site has an orientation specific to that project site. So he knows where he's supposed to go. He knows what lunch is. He knows the work hours. It's something we do before they set one foot on the project site. So communication to us, down to our workforce, is just as important.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It sounds to me, too, that part of this construction management is some obligations on our part to help set up that initial communication link to the residents on the one hand, to Village Hall on the other, for the sort of things that you'll be working on. So that's something we'll need to help participate in, for sure.
That would be very helpful, yes, sir. We usually don't get that much help and cooperation. We kind of go about it on our own, but I appreciate that down here in Pinehurst for sure.
I'm just going to say I'm blown away by the logistics plan. I think
Thank
it's
you.
awesome. I think it's very impressive.
I did want to ask also, we have a relationship with the railroad because they're through town, and you've obviously been talking to them about that potential of an access road, which seems to be difficult. We might want to ask that same question just to see how that might be done, but I appreciate the fact you've looked into that. It certainly would help things if everything could come in from the south and not from the north, given turns and things that'll be happening. But that's an issue we need to work on with you, all of that too. Are there other questions on the construction related issues? Jane, Judy, Lydia, anything further? Jane, please.
Will there be flagmen?
Yes, definitely. All of our deliveries are scheduled weeks in advance. When anytime there's a large delivery, we'll have flagmen. We have full-time crews. Their only job is to go around that site, sweep, make sure it's clean, make sure there's nothing out of place, and really just handle those deliveries. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions on this point of construction management?
I did want to throw out one other
Dick?
thing in terms of the good neighbor. We are actively trying to work with the staff, and I think I've kept you updated on some of the communications. I'm not with staff, with our neighbors relative to our own traffic on Carolina Vista.
Yes.
And relative to our own commercial traffic that goes through there. I don't want to speak for them, and I guess they're not back there, but I do think that the communications I've shared shows that it's improving. We continue to prove it, and it goes to show that, just like Sam's saying, your people can be trained, I guess, and we can control to a certain extent those drivers. And again, it's never 100%, but if we can get 99% of it corrected, I think that goes a long way to helping the neighborhood
Yes.
deal with the program.
Yes. And I wanted to say, two things connected here. First, you mentioned something that is sort of in a more subtle way than I think you should. I understand, in other words, that your staff have been extraordinarily helpful to residents of Carolina Vista, especially over the last weeks, in trying to deal with the amount of delivery traffic and larger trucks that have tended to come up that road. So we really appreciate that, and I think that has to do with your changing the address to the back of the hotel. And those sort of things are very much appreciated and well noted. The corollary question to that, to our friend from the construction, is this: at a later time, but not necessarily now, we and our staff would like to talk to you about how you manage if you can, the GPS phenomena in your own work, in directing trucks to where you want them to be and not going the wrong way. And you may have a little expertise that we could learn from in trying to manage that problem throughout the village of Pinehurst. So that's a separate follow-up item, but one you may have a view about.
Freebie out of them.
Okay, so we're on the record for that, but not tonight anyway. That's good. Okay. The only other sort of functional or topic area I had down, I think we've really covered already, and had to do with all the implications for the totality of the site between the USJ project and the lodge project. And I think there may be a question related to that, but I think we've covered that a lot tonight in the issue having to do with the overall site impact, Jane, with both projects. And I think we've gotten into that. If anybody has a specific question, we can do it.
Things.
And what would those be?
I had watershed, stormwater, water and sewer service, and lighting and noise. Can I ask about those?
You asked about lighting earlier, so I think, well, go ahead and ask a couple questions on that, but I do think that those are specific things that staff may have information on that we haven't even talked about yet, but that's just myself. Go right ahead. Go ahead.
So I have a question about what the lighting is going to be like on the south side of the lodge. Is it going to be, you know, a big lit up? Is it going to look like it's going to lift off? Okay. As you're driving north on Highway 5. And I asked staff, and I heard back about it's going to be, I don't know, soft lighting or romantic lighting, or it's something, something. Is there a way to do a rendering that shows what it would look like at night?
Let me just start with the first question.
That's, and of course, the turret is going to be lit too, right?
Could be.
Is that going to be open? Is there going to be, and then there's all those fire pits and things? And then what is the lighting going to look like on the south side? And is that fourth floor turret bar going to be open with music and stuff? Or is it enclosed?
Okay. To answer the question on lighting, I'm going to make an analogy first. Imagine someone shining a light in your bedroom window all night long. That's probably not something that you would want to have happen, and neither do the guests in our hotel. It is not the intent of the design to light the hotel at night, with the exception of certain areas that we might want to emphasize very lightly, just so that they're not dark. And let me just move through that for a second. Guests, as they're coming and going from their rooms, turn lights on and turn lights off.
I'm having a hard time.
Sure.
Sorry.
Guests, as they're coming and going from their rooms, turn their lights on and turn their lights off. So there's always different pattern on that facade about who's got their light on and who's got their light off. There's no lighting on that facade from the ground that intends to light that facade in any way, because these guests are paying money. We don't want light shining in their rooms. That's a pretty basic, in my field, that's a pretty basic thing you don't ever do. Now, to your second question, the bar is enclosed, it's inside the building. There is a breakout area, so if people want to take a drink and walk out and look over the course, we're providing a way for that to happen. The lighting in that area, when you think of, bar is a really interesting word. To some people, it's a rowdy place with live music and get a beer and kick your feet up and do some dancing. For other people, a bar is a place you want quiet. You go get a drink and you sit down with some friends and you have a drink at the end of a day. The people staying in that hotel, it's the latter, not the former. It's not intended to be a loud bar. I don't think we've ever had the conversation about will there be music, and I don't imagine there will be live music, but to say that there never will be, I don't think I could say that. But it's not a big space. I mean, you put somebody in there playing music and you're taking people out paying for drinks. Any lighting that will be done on that, I didn't use the word romantic. I did use the word soft. The light would be very gentle, very soft, because we don't want to bring an overly amount of attention to it. This is a home, is what it is. This building is a home in many aspects, and it will be lit in many aspects like a home will be lit. Very, very low lighting, and very, very careful to not disturb anybody that's staying there. Did I answer your question?
Well, you
Got
talked
mine.
about it. I'd love to be able to see it, but.
Can I talk to him?
Yeah.
I was just going to say, sanctuary bar. That's true.
We have a, what would I call it? A motion picture, I guess, of what?
A fly-through?
Yeah, it's a flyover of looking at the building at various times in the day and how shadows fall across the building.
Right.
And we're discussing whether it includes once it gets into nighttime, and I thought it did, and so that's what we're discussing. And if we track that down, we'll be happy to share it with you, and it's not a problem at all. And I think it does give an excellent idea of how the building changes during the day, which I think is an important thing to see.
Right.
I do want to say one other thing about lighting and glass and other things. The one thing that's also not reflected on the images, that the kind of flat images you see, are materials like curtains and other things that will impact how the glass looks and how light diffuses out of that room. I mean, like any other hotel, it is not just going to be a wall of glass, and no way of closing it off. There are fabrics and other things that will be used to diffuse light at night. So as Bob says, when you come in and turn on the light, if everybody turns on their light at one time, no one's going to confuse it with the airport. There will be curtains and other things that will, diffuse that as it would in any other hotel.
Or in any other home.
Right, or any other home. So that's important to understand as well. And it really isn't reflected that well in some of the images, the early images you see.
Okay.
Okay, on water and sewer capacities, and again, if we're talking about 240 people,
We're not talking about 240 people.
Good evening. So water and sewer capacity using,
somewhere, and so somebody's restaurant is going to have to be prepared to feed them. And so as that increase, because restaurant water and sewer demand is great. Have those needs been included in the study of the water and sewer capacity for the site?
well, I mean, outside of the requirements for meeting the water and sewer demand for both the USGA site and the lodge site, there are a set of rules and regs that we follow that are published by the state that tell us how much to allocate for water and sewer for a hotel with restaurants or a hotel without a restaurant, as well as office professional testing facility, et cetera. So when we did our estimate of the 10,500 gallons per day that would be used by the lodge and the USGA site cumulatively, we did that for the purpose of sizing utilities that leave the site. So did we do an analysis of the impact of those guests on the surrounding community and what happens there? No, but it's somewhat cumulative because they're assuming that those folks are, aside from them going out for lunch, in Aberdeen or Southern Pines or Pinehurst. So it's cumulative throughout the day, and in our discussions with Randy Gould at Moore County Public Utilities, they have no concerns over 10,500 gallons per day. That's a pretty small number. It's not a wet user per se as far as like an industry. So that's a really small number relative to what is the infrastructure that serves it. And I understand there was a comment about the pump station on Sugar Gum Lane. In 2010, that pump station went through a pretty major upgrade, but they didn't upgrade the force main that left that. That was done late 2020, And now that pump station, or that force main was upgraded to a 12-inch force main, goes to the outfall on Monticello. They felt very comfortable with their capacity issues.
Okay, thank
That
you.
answer your question?
Do we think that the stormwater could be designed to manage the 25-year storm?
We can, so the thing that you run it, because our intent right now is for the stormwater to be underground, especially for the lodge project. So the only thing that we run into with the 25-year storm from the difference in the 10-year is in holding that stormwater the size of pipe. So when the size of pipe gets larger, you know, it grows taller. So if we don't have the proper depth to get the water out of the detention area, then we have a problem. So right now, the intent is that we have to treat, because we're in a watershed, we have to treat the stormwater, we have to detain the stormwater, and then we have to release it at the pre-development runoff rate. So we have to get it out of those underground devices, otherwise it's just going to stay wet all the time. So that water would discharge to the south in some overland flow. I think our response and our questions were, if we can accommodate the 25-year storm, we will certainly do it, but there are some site constraints that, you know, right now, quite honestly, we're not prepared to answer because we have not gotten into detailed design. So I think our response to the question originally, or earlier, or late last week, was that we will certainly try and design to the 25-year storm, but the current standard requires, you know, the pre and post for the 10-year, and we have done this in other places, you know, to the 25, but sometimes it can be challenging just from a tactical standpoint.
Where does the storm water go when it's released from the?
Well, that stormwater would go, basically, it would discharge in a southerly direction, kind of parallel to 5, and then there's some existing infrastructure that crosses under 5 that was upgraded by the resort, 2 years ago? A couple of years ago. But again, we're going to release it at the pre-development runoff rate. So what happens there now would not get any worse as a result of what we're doing, because we have to retain that volume.
Does it cross 5?
Yes, ma'am. It eventually crosses. I mean, it crosses 5, but probably a couple hundred yards south of where the cradle tee boxes are, or maybe a little bit more than that.
I think the issue of stormwater management, as you well know, is extraordinarily important in Pinehurst now.
Sure.
And so the emphasis here is we want to make sure this site is not going to create problems. It's going to maybe solve some problems, and
Right.
as Jane is pointing out, go to the higher level of service. So that's a follow-up point we want to be very much in touch with you about.
And we're glad to work with staff when we get to
yeah,
the
let's
construction
just,
drawing phase to try and meet that 25-year storm. The incremental change in the flow is not huge. It's just the volume that you have to store. So it really just affects pipe size. If we were putting it in a stormwater pond, the incremental size change of that stormwater pond is not that great. But again, we're trying to be a little bit alternative in our stormwater design. One, because of treatment, but two, because of aesthetics. We don't want this kind of ugly stormwater pond right behind this new beautiful lodge, and also in sight of, you know, the traveling public, and also not to disrupt the cradle.
Well, underground is certainly preferred, no question.
On this site,
Yeah,
yes,
for
sir.
sure.
And then USGA may have some surface and may have a combination of both. And they, just so you know, they discharge in 2 different locations, so one does not necessarily impact the other.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jane, any other questions? Okay, Judy? Lydia? Kevin? All right. I think we've reached the end of our questioning, unless council disagrees. And we very much appreciate your time, and that all of your key members of the team have been here tonight. We appreciate all of your commentary that we've heard, and we look forward to continuing the story and coming up with all the right solutions. Bob, is there anything else you wish to say?
I don't. Just thank you for your time. Really appreciate you
Thank you
sitting
for your
and
patience.
asking great questions.
All of you, thank you for your patience. I appreciate it very much.
I think we have. That's a good point, Liddy. We've learned a lot tonight.
Yeah.
All right. At this point, as our guests quietly exit and chat in the foyer, we'll go on to other business here that we have to do this evening.
Very much.
That would conclude the follow-up to the hearing, and we'll now go to agenda item number 7, which is the fiscal year 2022 budget presentation. Transmission would be a better way, Jeff, right?
Budget presentation at 9 o'clock.
Good evening.
Mark Wagner bringing pizza.
We have other staff that are going to join us now, or is everybody
I think they're just hanging out.
Hanging out.
I say Brooke, and so I say Lauren and Brooke.
Yep.
Let me make sure I can figure out. That's forward, that's back. All right.
I see you sneaking out of here, Alex.
Okay, so I think everybody knows that today is the day, or tonight is the night for me to present the draft budget. And everybody understands that this has been a part of this has been a long process. It always is. And we start this process way back in the fall when we're analyzing data, and then we engage the council in the strategic retreat format to try to understand your strategic priorities, and then we go back as a staff, and we try to figure out how to make it all happen, and we've got a document now that we think addresses all of your concerns and your priorities and our community's concerns, and is ultimately in pursuit of quality of life for our community. So this is something we do every year. It's required by statute. And I guess what I would say is that this is really this is intended to be very high level, is to give you and the public an introduction to what's in our budget, and tee you up for a couple of work sessions that are on the calendar later this month, and tee the public up for the public hearing related to this year's budget that would follow that for the second meeting in May. And so, I mean, obviously, if you have key questions or concerns that you want to raise tonight, we'll do our best to answer those. But keep in mind that we have those work sessions on the calendar here next week, where we're going to be able to engage you very closely with your comments and concerns, and talk all that out. And if there's modification to what we've presented or we put together that you desire, then that's the time for us to try to make that happen for you as well. Okay?
Not tonight. Just
You can if you want, Kevin. Again, but
Yeah, it's mostly a presentation, you're saying.
that's right. Yep. Yep. So here's what we're going to cover. We're going to talk about your strategic direction, the key components of the SOP for this year, the 22 budget, our financial forecast for the 5-year plan, and then next steps. Starting out with your strategic direction. Our budget and our 5-year plan are driven by your priorities, and that's why this is so important, and why what we've done to get to this point is so important. But I think that we understand your direction, we understand your priorities, and I think that we've done a pretty good job of trying to make that all happen in this budget, in this 5-year plan. I don't know if everybody brought their draft budget with him, but if you did, there'll be some points in time when I might refer to it. This section is, tabs back, but it starts on page 37 and goes to 64. And just to highlight what's in here, we're talking about the strategic planning process, the balanced scorecard, your areas of focus for this year, the initiative action plans that are built into this plan that address our strategic goals and objectives, the key process evaluations that we have planned over the 5-year plan, and then a look at where we've performed, how we've performed historically, and then how we expect to perform in the future given the resources that are allocated in this plan. Like I said, a lot of this, it goes back to your priorities, and most importantly probably are these 3 areas of focus. This is taking you way back to December, but this is what you told us you think is most important for us to accomplish with this plan. First, managing development and protecting village character. Second, supporting the business community. And third, providing a safe and effective multimodal transportation system. And, there are layers to all of this, but, the plan is intended to address all 3 of these priorities in multiple ways that I hope that you will be able to see as you digest this document fully. All right. The key components. And again, it might be an opportunity for you to follow along in your book. I don't want to dwell on this very long, but on page 1, you can get to the budget in brief. I'm going to put back myself here. Budget in brief. And that's a letter from John Strickland to the community.
I worked very hard on that letter.
I know you did. And then the budget message begins on page 5. The strategic operating plan guide starts on page 27. I'm skipping over a section there, but and as I said before, strategic priorities on page 37. Everything that has to do with the general fund, the revenues coming in and how we're allocating those revenues to get things done for our community. That's in that big fat section called general fund in the middle. This particular SOP includes a tab that talks about our capital project funds, and we have 2 of them that we're going to be initiating this year. One associated with the downtown parking solution, and the second associated with improvements to and expansion of the library in future years. And so that one might be of interest to you because it's a little bit different. And then on page 138 is our 5-year financial forecast, and then finally, as usual, the capital improvement plan on page 145. All right, so about the budget. Some highlights here. We're looking at pretty close to $24 million this year, and that has been growing slowly over time, 6% higher this year than last year, at least compared to the amended general fund budget that you saw back in December. 5% of that, or 80% of that increase, you could attribute to the acquisition of, or the planned acquisition of the library and the archives, and those operating expenses associated with that. This budget calls for or proposes a property tax rate in '22 of 31.5 cents, and that's an increase of 1.5 cents from last year, and I'll talk about that a little bit more in the future here. It includes $2.5 million in appropriated fund balance. We always have some appropriated fund balance. That's not unusual. This is a little higher than normal due to some other things that are going on in our budget that I can cover later on. Some of that is accounted for in our budget to actual variance at the end of the year. But we always have, in order to make things balance out at the beginning, when we build a budget, we have a appropriated fund balance built into it. You know, we have had over the last couple of years, we've watched our general fund, our fund balance climb and climb and climb. And, you know, there was a point in time last year, I think we were looking at snapshots in times where it was pushing almost 60%. And I think at the end of the year it was 51% or something like that. And what you're going to see happen over the course of this 5-year plan is that it's going to start to fall. And it's going to start to fall this year to 42.2%, at least in accordance with this plan. But it's all in pursuit of specific things that you want to get done, and some of these are pretty big ticket capital expenses over time. But for this year, 42.2% is what we're looking at. At the end of the year, which is still a good bit above the floor that you all set of 30%. 5 initiative action plans in this budget at a cost of a little over $1.4 million. Updating the Pinehurst Development Ordinance, a couple $100,000 devoted to that. Completing the small area plans for Village Place, Rattlesnake Trail, and the Pinehurst South Highway 5 commercial area. That's really just a completion action. The money's in this year's budget. Expanding our downtown parking facilities, that's what I was talking about. You know, we've got the capital project fund planned to accommodate whatever we're going to do downtown. Developing a comprehensive stormwater master plan and expanding enhancing library services. And I know you're all very familiar with what our plans are with regard to that. Looking at our budget on the from the revenue side, we have what's built into this budget is an assumption of 1.54% growth in real property tax base over what we had last year, and it assumes 150 new residential properties coming online in the tax system this year. 16.3 increase in sales tax receipts over FY21. That sounds kind of high, but recall that while we did better in the initial part of FY21 than we expected, it was still a little bit off what we would have otherwise had. But since then, we've saw a very strong rebound, and we think that we're going to be continuing on that path, at least in the foreseeable future. So. And this is in line with what the state's telling us with regard to what they think the future holds for our sales tax revenue.
Doing my part, I'm writing big checks. So.
All right. And so you can look at the pie chart there on the right-hand side. This is, they're really not, this is not a lot different than what you see typically. And that shouldn't be a surprise. We don't, where our revenues come from don't typically change very rapidly. A little over half from property taxes, and then the next biggest component is the intergovernmental revenues, and the biggest piece of that is obviously sales tax revenue. And I think I can probably continue from that. And then looking at it from the standpoint of expenditures, we can look at it 2 different ways, and I'll show you those 2 different ways. The first is looking at it from the standpoint of the types of expenses, and then the second one is what we're spending our money on in terms of services or categories of services. This budget assumes, in accordance with our existing policy, an average 2% merit pay raise, plus the cost of living adjustment of 1.2%, and that was based off the numbers we took in December, as is usually the case. 10 new full-time equivalents in this year's budget. You've seen these data points before as well. Obviously, the biggest point of that is the assumption of the library and archives operation. 4.5 FTEs tied to that for this year. A new financial services supervisor, 2 firefighters, P&Z specialist, a code technician, and a solid waste equipment operator. As has always been the case, we'll continue to pay 100% of employee health and dental insurance, and this budget assumes that when we go back and do and renegotiate our plans next fall. We kind of worst case this one. We'll see where we wind up. We've been pretty successful the last couple of years, but this budget allows for a 10% increase in those associated expenses. And as I said before, there's a big deal here going on with the assumption of the library and Tufts Archives operating costs. As has always been the case, salary and benefits is the big chunk of our operating expenses. And then, other operating expenses is the lion's share of what's left. Always want to be trying to invest in the neighborhood of 10% in our capital requirements year over year. And you see 12% here this year. That's pretty good. That line there, other financing uses, a couple of percents there, and that's money that's coming out of the general fund and going into the capital projects funds for those two projects that I talked about earlier. And you can see 0% debt service. Of course, that's going to change here pretty quickly.
Right.
So. All right. And I mentioned there's another way to look at it, and this is that other way to look at it. This is how our operating expenses are broken out in terms of the types of services that we provide. And as has always been the case, public safety is the biggest component. Of course, that's both fire and police. And this, again, these allocations don't change a lot over time either. What's a little bit bigger here in this pie chart than has been the case in the past is cultural and recreational, because the library operations are rolled up in there. But it's fairly close to where we've been in the past in terms of allocation of these to these various types of functions.
What's the economic development? What's categorized in economic development? Planning.
Right, I'm sorry,
Okay.
yeah.
Interesting, you call it that. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so significant capital in this budget, $2.8 million total. There's $400,000 allocated for pedestrian facilities. I think Lydia mentioned something about this, the pedestrian facilities earlier. We don't have a solid plan yet for that. You may recall that the bike ped folks had recommended that you consider a route down Pine Vista and then down, I guess that was Burning Tree, that's right, heading down toward the marina area. So that's one thing that's on the table. There's been also a suggestion of trying to find a way to come across Highway 5 and tie in those residential communities on the west side of Highway 5 with our parks facilities over in this area.
Fantastic.
That's right. Mackenzie, I'm sorry, was actually what was suggested, I think. That's a decision that you'll have to make, but there's $400,000 allocated in this year's budget for pedestrian facilities. As I've mentioned to you before, we've got that $290,000 allocated for this shared storage facility that would be going behind Fire Station 91. And as a reminder, that was in the original plan for when we built Fire Station 91. It's the same place, same size, and same material, so it will blend in with our campus. We're going to do this one right, I think. Storms, as always, we have a fair amount of money dedicated in this budget for stormwater drainage projects, and this would be the larger category stuff. This is a slight increase, but $277,000 in this year's budget. We have $275,000 allocated to anticipated initial improvements to the library building, specifically to accommodate accessibility improvements and maybe some other things that we think make sense given where we are and where we might be going with that building in the future. The expansion upstairs, right up over Assembly Hall over here, of Village Hall, that's going to give us the office space that we need for these staff additions that we're bringing online, is in this budget as well. We hope to get that started immediately in this coming year, because it's kind of a linchpin for a lot of other things that are going on. But that's $271,000, another $220,000 for another solid waste truck replacement. And then I also talked to you earlier, I know about the Wicker Park soccer field lighting, and we're taking advantage of an opportunity, given the fact that the temp school is coming out of there. We got the infrastructure in place. It's going to be all torn up at the right time, so let's get it done at the same time rather than coming in later on and messing it up after we get it right. So that's the idea with that.
Jeff, can we back up for a second?
Yeah.
While it's on my mind, the stormwater.
Projects?
Has Mike Apke talked to you about Moore County Water? Scott Sheffield got in touch with me, and he's the head of the Moore County Conservation, Soil and Water Conservation something, and he said that he looked in the newspaper and saw that we were going to do some stormwater work, and he said he might have some money for us.
Said that?
Scott Sheffield. He's the head of Moore County Soil and
I
Water
hadn't heard that.
Conservation District.
Yeah, I had not heard that.
Conservation
Yes.
District.
And so it was just last week.
Yeah.
So I put him in touch with Mike Apke, but he said he might have some money for us. And I was thinking in our huge budget, there might not, it might be immaterial, but if we have 277 here and they've got some money for us, it might be.
You bet. Yeah.
So
I'm a fan of using other people's money.
But you're not a fan of you.
Yeah.
You're not a fan of using other.
I am a fan of using
Oh,
other
okay, I was
people's
gonna
money,
say
yeah.
we get a
That's
lot of
just-
free money these days. Now, if you just want to make a note of that and talk to Mike, because those two were going to talk to see if there really was some money available to us for our stormwater management. I want to throw that out there while you had this slide up.
Thank you. All right. Yeah, so I mentioned the two capital project funds, and this what would come out of the general fund this year to initiate those projects, and this is directly tied to design on those two projects, both a downtown parking facility and the expansion of the library facilities.
75, you mentioned earlier about the accessibility improvements for the library, part of this 400? Or is it two different things?
Slide before you had accessibility, 270.
It is not. They're different, that's right, yeah, because we're paying that out of this year's budget, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
And that is the, I'm sorry, I'm not.
Okay, 5-year financial forecast, and as I mentioned before, this starts at 138 in your SOP document. And as always, you know, we're trying to, when we built the 5-year plan, we're trying to hit some targets in a couple of key areas to make sure that we have a sound financial, we're maintaining a sound financial position. You've told us to keep fund balance above 30%, and we're doing that. We try to keep our operating margins between 89 and 91%. We're generally doing that. You'll see it falls off in one particular year, but for good reason. And then debt service ratio is less than 10%. Of course, we're very low right now in that regard. The 5-year staffing forecast is 11.5 new FTEs, 10 of those this year. A reduction of 1 later on, or reduction of a half of a FTE later on, and then 2 more folks later on in the plan. And then our 5-year, it also obviously incorporates our 5-year capital improvement plan, and then some assumptions, as I said before, are built into this. 1% annual growth in real and personal tax base, 3.2% annual increase in salaries and benefits. That's the 2 plus 1.2 that I had mentioned before, merit versus CPI. And then with regard to inflation impact on our operating expenses, we figure in 2.5%. And so this is the way it looks. This is our 5-year plan. This is a format I think that you all are familiar with. I've added in this table that second line, the tax rate that was projected in the FY21 SOP. And I did this partly because I was kind of dismayed when I opened up the pilot and read the way they characterized what I told you last go around. When they suggested that our tax rate is increasing as a result of growth, and that's not, I don't think that's right, it's not the right message. As I mentioned before, or in that previous meeting, if we're doing things right, then growth should not impact our tax rate. Those aren't the pressures that are causing this. What's causing the increases in our tax rate are, I guess, two categories of things. One is that historical thing that happened a couple of years ago with the changes in the pension withholdings requirements that we have, and the rapid increase or market increase in our recycling tipping fees. And back when that all happened to us, made some projections about what it was going to take in terms of tax rate to deal with those two key impacts. And that's what you see on that line up there with the tax rate projected in the FY21 SOP. So this year it would have been 31 cents. In 23 would have been 31 and a half. In 24 it would have been 32, 30, and then on and on. Flat at 32 beyond that. So, and then what's different this year is the impact of the library. And you may recall that I mentioned that when we take a look at the finances of the current library operation and what we think we can do with it immediately, it's pretty close to a penny in terms of operating expenses that are added to our requirements to provide services to the community. So what's really happening here is that if you consider that impact on top of what we had forecasted for FY21, we actually got a little leaner. I mean, it's kind of a convoluted story to tell, but instead of our tax rates going up a full penny from what we were previously projecting, and they're only going up a half a penny initially. And obviously, when you get out to FY26, that story changes again, because that's when we anticipate coming online with a bigger, more capable library and archives operation that has more operating expenses, bigger staff. And so that's another penny impact out there in FY26. You can see, as I mentioned before, that's the full-time equivalent story I mentioned before, plus 10 in 22, and then you see it dropping off by a half a person in FY25. I've been advised that I probably shouldn't mention who that is by name. It's tied to potential retirement plans, and we think what might be an opportunity. So that we're trying to take advantage of something in the future there. And then in FY26, you got 2 more folks associated with the expansion of the library. What else is significant? You can see other financing uses. You can see there 4 or 5 lines up on the bottom. That's where you see there's that $550,000 for in FY22 associated with money flowing into those 2 capital project funds, and then in 2025 you see another $1.6 million going into the library expansion capital project fund as well. There's not an associated future addition to the capital project fund for the downtown parking facility. That's going to be handled by debt. And you can see the projected annual gains and losses, because there's a lot going on in this 5-year plan. But when you look at what we're trying to accomplish with regard to fund balance and operating margin, we're doing pretty well. I mentioned that it's going to slowly roll down over this 5-year plan, getting as low as 31.6% in 25, still above your floor. And it's going to start to rebound a little bit. Maybe we can start to reset for future capital expenses like maybe a third fire station or other things that are going on out there. And then our operating margins, as I said, we like to keep them between 89 and 91%, and that's kind of a reflection or a realization of the fact that we are properly allocating enough to our capital requirements, or at least we have the capacity to do so. And, you know, it does drop in to 84% in the 24 projection. Primarily because this plan assumes that we're going to get some good work done by the library board from the standpoint of fundraising for that future library expansion project. And so it may be ambitious, it may or may not turn out to be realistic, but this plan assumes that they're going to come through with $1 million in FY24 to assist us with that. And that's if you look at the general fund operating revenues, that's why you see that spike going from 23 to 24, and then it drops back off in 25. That's what there's $1 million in 24 that's associated with that fundraising check, if you will, and that's what's causing our operating margin to be a bit lower than we typically would want it to be in 24. All right, I think I kind of already told this story. This was another effort to describe what the impacts are on our tax rate and why they're changing. Again, you can see there's the tax rate across the top that's built into the plan. 2 lines below that, you can see what was projected based on last year's plan, and then you can see the difference between the two there. I think you all get that, though. All right, so initiative action plans. This is what's in the 5-year plan. You can see in the second column the initiative action plan titles, and in the first column you can reference back to what strategic objective they're tied to. I mentioned this one before, updating the Pinehurst Development Ordinance, $200,000 in this year's budget for that. We have the completion of the initiative action plans associated with the small area plans. No dollars tied to that because it's already in this year's budget. Expansion of downtown parking facilities, as I mentioned. Design, $150,000 in FY22, and then what you see in the out years is the debt service associated with that project, whatever it may be, and then developing our consolidated multimodal transportation plan, FY23, that would be a contracted effort. Developing a comprehensive stormwater master plan, $125,000 in this year's budget, this coming year's budget for that.
Multimodal transportation plan 2023, that contract, we would hire somebody to do what? I mean, hire a consultant to develop that plan?
So if you think about, we have a bike ped plan, and we've got other elements of plans as well. What we need to do is incorporate into that bikes, peds, we need to incorporate golf carts, and then how it all overlays on our vehicular traffic systems. That would be a consolidated multimodal transportation plan. So that's the desire is to make all that work together.
And I think the reason I was pushing for this is when you have a shovel-ready plan, you're grant-ready when those opportunities arrive, which we were supposed to.
And in some cases, you have to have it, yeah.
You have to be shovel-ready or you don't get the grant. And that transportation person was supposed to, help us with that.
Yep.
So I don't like you throwing it together. Hey, I'd love to do a pipe. Do something. Well, you have to have a plan.
Yep.
A plan that is connecting to other towns, I think, is more attractive for outside funding, but that's a whole nother story.
That's right. And then at the bottom line, you can see the expansion of enhancement of library services, and we've talked about what that entails, I think, ad nauseum. So, we're talking about some initial investment. Assume responsibility this coming year, some initial investment on the facility. You see that $1 million flowing in 24, and that's why you see that big negative number there versus the positives, costs. And then, in FY '25, construction, and, 26, we're assuming operations on that expanded capability and facility.
Jeff, I want to point out too, just because this is in our 5-year plan doesn't mean we are necessarily going to do it. I think there are
Plan,
people who
that's
see
exactly right. I mean, we're trying to keep ourselves, we're trying to ensure that our financially viable plans in the future can accommodate what we think might happen in the future. And so,
Okay, because I think there are people in my.
as is always, there's nothing to say that what's in this coming year's budget is necessarily going to happen. It is the plan for this coming year, but even more so in those out years, what's in that plan is very much subject to change. And what's going to happen, once you adopt a budget in June is, we're going to start to collect some data, and we're going to, it's a few months later, we're going to entertain you again in a strategic planning process, and your direction to us might change. I would assume that it's going to change. And so what you see in this 5-year plan is not necessarily going to be reflected in next year's 5-year plan for those out years.
And I ask that for the benefit of the public, who may look at that and get nervous about there's something we've committed to spending money on 5 years from now, but it's not, it's just plugging numbers to make sure that we are on a sound financial path.
That's right.
Any of it's subject to change.
We want to make sure that our financial situation can accommodate what we anticipate to need in the future.
Our process works in it's aggregated data, which aggregated budget, which means you could turn it in a different direction, but since it's aggregated.
Yeah. And I guess I should go back and again emphasize, it's all strategic planning driven. So
Yeah.
while it might change in the future, it's all a reflection of trying to resource the things that you have told us we need to get done, and what we collectively believe needs to get done over a 5-year plan. So
There's one thing that I wanted to see get done that I'm not seeing in here, and that's Focus Area 5. On
it's
11.
it is. It's in the plan. It's just not a big major muscle movement budget item. Yeah,
Where is it?
it's in the OFI list, right?
Well,
Yeah.
but those are just like, they're never going to happen.
They do happen.
I'd like to move it front and center and get it done.
Oh,
Because I
that's-
don't want to.
that's the discussion for next
We'd
week.
be very happy to add it to this, but it's not going to change. It's in the plan.
So we just need to, if we think it's important because of development pressures, especially with USGA, we just need to keep beating that drum.
We do think it's important, and
It's in this year's plan, right, Lauren?
It is. So it is in the OFI list for this upcoming fiscal year to get that done as a project. If you recall, we categorize them as either projects or initiative action plans. A project is something that can be done a little more aggressively in a quicker time frame than an initiative action plan that may kind of span a longer period of time or that sort of thing. So it is on the OFI list to be done. And we'll have that OFI list for you at the budget work session. So you can see the full list of what the entire organization plans to do. And I will say, we review those lists. That is not just a list we make in the beginning of the year and say, we hope we get this done. Senior leaders review it quarterly at our quarterly strategy sessions. I get an update on what the progress is of those projects. We talk about it as a senior leadership team to understand where we stand with all of those to make sure we're moving along as we need to.
so what is our timing on that one?
This year. It's in the 22 plan.
Starting July 1.
Starting in the fall?
July
1st,
1
fiscal year.
is the new fiscal year
Well,
begins.
Yeah. So let's talk about that next week.
beginning on July 1. It's in
No,
the-
no, it's-
yeah.
But it's in that, when you say this year, you mean starting
Fiscal
July
year.
1. So we'll figure that out next week.
Let's bring that out then. What else you got here?
Yeah, I don't
Jeff?
know that we're going to define a start date for it
No,
next week. Yeah,
I
right.
get that, but just to give Jane, so see where it's
You're
parked.
going to see it, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I've been beating the drum for that since
Well,
2019.
That's why it's in the plan.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Jeff, what else we got now?
Really? I don't think we'd
You're
have that
seriously
view.
saying that?
Sorry?
I'm not letting you get away with that, Jane.
Good,
Don't
good.
ask for much.
Let's get going here.
And she is
Let
the
Jeff finish.
best.
Come on.
A little bit about debt issuance and funding sources for capital projects. I mentioned that we would intend to finance a downtown parking facility with debt. We would also intend to finance a pretty fair chunk of the library expansion with debt. You see in that five-year plan, 6.5 million total in debt issuance. 3.5 million of that is the downtown parking facility, library expansion. 5 million total. 3 million of that is debt. $1 million coming from our general fund, and $1 million coming hopefully from contributions or a fundraising campaign assisted by the library board. Other significant projects in the financial plan. Again, this is aggregated over 5 years, $400,000 a year, $2 million for pedestrian facilities to be determined yet in the future. A total of $1.92 million for stormwater improvements, $1.7 million for the purchase of a fire department ladder or Quint truck. I'm thinking Quint is the right way to go. If you may recall that a Quint is kind of a jack of all trades type of fire apparatus that can do many things, including perform as a ladder truck, and so that's why I think we may be leaning that way, and that's in FY24.
Cancer, it gets in the cancer center.
It would help. No, I think in reality, our bigger risks are associated with some of our older facilities downtown and Carolina and Holly, and those are really
Got it.
the bigger risks and liabilities we already have to deal with or are dealing with. But I think we are probably at a tipping point where it makes sense to start to invest in that capability. $1 million for West Pinehurst Park. That's broken out in 23 and 25, $500,000 each, primarily focused at least initially on infrastructure to try to set the table out there. We'd like to try to set the table out there so that we can get some partners on board that can help us realize what is defined in our in that master plan that we're working on currently. $420,000 for the public service relocation land and design. That's potentially purchasing in the 23 budget and the design in 24. And again, this is tied to the potential need to relocate our public services associated with a small area plan that's going on right now. It might turn out, or it may or may not turn out that we don't have to spend that money on land because we can fit that into, south of the 1 mile track as I described earlier. You'll see those details later on. You'll get to make a call on what to do there. And then in 26, also $400,000 for that fire station number 3 design. Evaluations, birdies, aces, and some other things that we do, a little less formal.
Pine Wall's not on there anymore.
Never was.
No, taking over the Pine Wall.
The insourcing was this year, so that's ongoing right now. Yeah. Yeah, so we do evaluations because we want to make sure that before we start spending the public's money, we know what we're doing, what we expect to get out of it, and we don't make bad decisions. And so As the slide says, there are 26 total evaluations in this 5-year plan, including one big birdie on document imaging. That's going to be across the staff, a pretty heavy-hitting deal, and that's in FY '23. And then we got a couple of aces in '22, the fire inspections process, automating our employee timekeeping. And then in '23, a couple more aces, purchasing and contracting process, the road patching services thing. This is a topic that has continued to bubble up, but we think we'll be ready to go back and look at that again in '23. And then recruiting and hiring processes. And I think, again, you may recall that, what we're trying to get at here is, are there creative ways that we can enhance our abilities to recruit and hire and using some non-standard practices, whether it's, focused effort on internships or, what have you. So that's where that's going, what we'd like to accomplish there. And then next steps. As I mentioned before, next week, budget work session 1 and 2, 9 o'clock in the morning both days on the 19th and 21st. We allocate 2 days. Sometimes you all need it and sometimes you don't. We'll see how it plays out. And then we have the budget public hearing for the public at the meeting 2 weeks from now here in Assembly Hall. And then, ideally, we're all set up for you all to adopt the budget on June 8th. It doesn't have to happen that day. We try to timeline this out this way so that if there are any hiccups, then we can bring it back to you 2 weeks later. As long as we have it adopted before July 1st, we're all set. And so that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much.
I just want to throw one thing out, and I don't want to go into it in a lot of detail, but, a year and a half ago, traffic on Highway 5 was a huge issue. When you said, let the process work, and that's just it's a concern, and I don't know, it's not going to get any better, and I don't know what we do about it. This all comes together beautifully, but I still don't know how we're addressing traffic on Highway 5.
I have some, I don't know if I have any specific thoughts on that, but it's related into another idea, which I mentioned casually a couple weeks ago about the whole transportation issue around that surrounds us. But let's get into that next week.
Okay, yeah.
We've got business yet to do tonight, folks, so let's keep moving here.
Yeah, I want to throw it out there.
No, that's a good point, Lydia. Any other questions for Jeff then on the budget? Okay. Any other business to present to the village council? Hearing none.
I do have one thing to say.
Katie, please.
So on the conditions, for the zoning for the project we just were discussing earlier, we didn't go over the list that came to us as recommendations.
I was keeping a list and looking at the P&Z conditions, and then I made a list and referred specific follow-up items for those conditions. So I think
Right, so
we'll have to work on that, yeah.
Yeah, but I would say, is there anything that we think we can agree on and have consensus on, like signage? Did everybody understand now, tonight, as compared to the conversation at P&Z about signage?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that now.
Yeah.
After watching it
And
again,
seeing the slide.
seeing the slide.
Why?
Because in the narrative.
Microphone.
Microphone.
Use your microphone, please.
So fussy.
Pot calling the
In
kettle
the
black.
narrative from the applicant, it says that they would be willing to have a condition that says they don't have any large signs on the building.
No, I saw they have them in the front and the side to direct people to the building. It's internal signage, and I was very
Yeah,
comfortable
and they
with that.
won't have any on the south side. That's what was agreed to.
No south or west side signage is what I saw. Did I not see that?
No, it's east and north. That's where they want the signs. East side and north side.
My takeaway
just
was
want
that
oversized
they provided the example specifically of the brewery and of the manor.
The manor.
Because that's what they're trying to accomplish. It's the size of the lettering that's required to be able to see it from a little ways away.
I got it.
It's not about signage, it's just about, identifying the name of the building on the building, that,
Shouldn't even have called it signage.
Yeah.
They should have called it
I
lettering.
mean, that's straight out of our PDO,
Yeah.
and the PDO prescribes a
because our
certain.
PDO calls that signage.
And I don't know
Exactly.
how the heck you could have them have a building without a name on it.
Yeah.
Uh,
So, anyway,
Let's,
To that point.
we'll roll that forward. I don't think we can
yeah,
decide that.
so
now. It's pretty-
what's our timetable on getting sort of a set of conditions back that we want to be looking at and make sure we have some interaction with people?
I'm not sure at 10 to 10 on tonight, I can give you a straight answer on that, or a good answer, but
I could just
my
touch-
anticipation is that we'll start working with the staff this
Okay.
week on a follow-up that we talked about tonight, and we'll be talking to the staff of the resort.
I can tell you on my issue, I'm comfortable we made an impact tonight, the architectural issue, and I feel like they're going to come back to us
Yeah.
with a softening thing. So I feel like we made an impact tonight.
I don't think we can design any conditions until we see what they come back with, can we?
Right.
No,
I think it's the
I-
second-
Maybe a few things we
But I
can do.
think we can work the list and have a list.
I agree with you.
You
And
know,
we're more
and-
ready. We're more ready.
Yeah,
Lot-
I mean,
lot more
yes,
ready,
there's
yeah.
some
But you're
more.
right, Jane. Technically, we got to have another meeting.
Yeah, I mean, we need to hear
But
things
she's
about
just trying to
parking.
eliminate, maybe it's only 2 items that
Yeah.
are a major
Are the
problem.
conditions that you can put to bed, is what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I like that,
I mean,
Judy.
let's just whittle it down, and then now we know where the
Focus.
focus is. Exactly, thank you. Yep, okay.
I mean, I didn't expect to be comfortable with my issue tonight. I think they did a good job.
Okay. I think we did cover a lot there, and I think that's just the direction we wanted to head. Do we have any comments from attendees? I see none. Is there a motion to adjourn the regular meeting?
I move.
I move to adjourn the regular meeting.
I second that.
You're over there.
Motion by Lydia Bosch, second by Kevin Drum to adjourn the regular meeting of May 11th. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? None. Now open the work session.